Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Alle Ärger, alle Rücksichtslosigkeit sind vollständig bereinigt und alle Wesen sind erfüllt mit Gelassenheit und mit Harmonie und Liebe zueinander. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Alle Ängste, alle Traurigkeit, Verzweiflung, Einsamkeit sind vollständig überwunden und alle Wesen sind erfüllt mit innerer Freude, mit Zuversicht und mit Hoffnung und Optimismus. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Alle Anhaftung, alles Greifen und Rennen nach Sinneseindrücken, nach Sinnesvergnügen ist vollständig bereinigt und alle Wesen sind genügsam, sie sind zufrieden und sie sind erfüllt mit einem ruhigen, klaren Glück. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Alle Verblendungen, verstörenden Geisteszustände sind vollständig bereinigt. Und dadurch haben alle Wesen ein klares, ruhiges Bewusstsein und sie erkennen die leere Klarheit des eigenen Geistes. Und dadurch entsteht große Liebe, großes Mitgefühl für alle anderen Wesen. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Die Selbstbezogenheit löst sich auf und alle Wesen sind in der Lage, durch dieses ruhige, klare Bewusstsein die Daseinsweise aller Phänomene korrekt zu analysieren, zu betrachten und zu erkennen, dass alles ein abhängiges Entstehen ist, dass nichts, ich selbst nicht, andere Personen nicht, Situationen nicht, Dinge nicht eigenständig existieren. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Durch die Weisheit, die die Leerheit versteht, erreichen alle Wesen die Befreiung von allen Verblendungen. Sie erreichen eine wahrhafte Beendigung und sie erreichen andauerndes Glück. Und wenn sie weiter praktizieren, werden alle Wesen selbst zu Buddhas. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Dann sprechen wir das eigentliche Gebet dreimal. Mögen alle Leiden, die das Bewusstsein der fühlenden Wesen traurig stimmen, die entstanden sind durch Karma und zeitweilige Bedingungen, wie Schäden durch Graha-Geister, Krankheiten und Bhutas, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Möge jegliches Leiden durch lebensbedrohliche Krankheiten, die, so wie ein Metzger ein Tier zum Schlachtblock führt, Körper und Geist in einem Moment trennen, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von akuten, chronischen und anderen epidemischen Krankheiten, die ein bloßes Hören ihres Namens die Wesen Angst und Schrecken versetzt, so als ob sie in den Schlundyamas des Herrn des Todes geraten wären. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von den 80.000 Arten von Schädigern, den 360 bösen Geistern, die plötzlich zuschlagen, den 424 Krankheiten und so weiter. Möge jegliches Leiden, verursacht durch Beeinträchtigung der 4 Elemente, die Körper und Geist jedes Glück entziehen, vollständig befriedet sein. Und möge Körper und Geist Glanz und Kraft besitzen, sowie langes Leben, Gesundheit und Wohlbefinden. Durch das Mitgefühl der Gurus und der 3 Juwelen, durch die Macht der Dakinis, Dharma, Beschützer und Wächter und die Kraft der Wahrheit, der Unfehlbarkeit von Karma und dessen Wirkung, mögen sich all diese Widmungen und Gebete erfüllen. Mögen alle Leiden, die das Bewusstsein der fühlenden Wesen traurig stimmen, die entstanden sind durch Karma und zeitweilige Bedingungen, wie Schäden durch Graha-Geister, Krankheiten und Bhutas, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Möge jegliches Leiden durch lebensbedrohliche Krankheiten, die, so wie ein Metzger ein Tier zum Schlachtblock führt, Körper und Geist in einem Moment trennen, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von akuten, chronischen und anderen epidemischen Krankheiten, deren bloßes Hören ihres Namens die Wesen in Angst und Schrecken versetzt, so als ob sie in den Schlundyamas des Herrn des Todes geraten wären. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von den 80.000 Arten von Schädigern, den 360 bösen Geistern, die plötzlich zuschlagen, den 424 Krankheiten und so weiter. Möge jegliches Leiden, verursacht durch Beeinträchtigung der 4 Elemente, die Körper und Geist jedes Glück entziehen, vollständig befriedet sein. und möge Körper und Geist Glanz und Kraft besitzen, sowie langes Leben, Gesundheit und Wohlbefinden. Durch das Mitgefühl der Gurus und der 3 Juwelen, durch die Macht der Dakinis, Dharma, Beschützer und Wächter und die Kraft der Wahrheit, der Unfehlbarkeit von Karma und dessen Wirkung, mögen sich all diese Widmungen und Gebete erfüllen. Mögen alle Leiden, die das Bewusstsein der fühlenden Wesen traurig stimmen, die entstanden sind durch Karma und zeitweilige Bedingungen, wie Schäden durch Graha-Geister, Krankheiten und Bhutas, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Möge jegliches Leiden durch lebensbedrohliche Krankheiten, die, so wie ein Metzger ein Tier zum Schlachtblock führt, Körper und Geist in einem Moment trennen, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von akuten, chronischen und anderen epidemischen Krankheiten, deren bloßes Hören ihres Namens die Wesen in Angst und Schrecken versetzt, so als ob sie in den Schlund Yamas, des Herrn des Todes, geraten wären. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von den 80.000 Arten von Schädigern, den 360 bösen Geistern, die plötzlich zuschlagen, den 424 Krankheiten und so weiter. Möge jegliches Leiden, verursacht durch Beeinträchtigung der 4 Elemente, die Körper und Geist jedes Glück entziehen, vollständig befriedet sein. Und möge Körper und Geist Glanz und Kraft besitzen, sowie langes Leben, Gesundheit und Wohlbefinden. Durch das Mitgefühl der Gurus und der 3 Juwelen, durch die Macht der Dakinis, Dharma, Beschützer und Wächter und die Kraft der Wahrheit, der Unfehlbarkeit von Karma und dessen Wirkung, mögen sich all diese Widmungen und Gebete erfüllen. Möge wer den kostbaren, höchsten Erleuchtungsgeist noch nicht entwickelt hat, ihn entwickeln, und wer ihn entwickelt hat, ihn nie verringern, sondern immer weiter entfalten. Möge wer die kostbare, höchste Erkenntnis der Leerheit noch nicht entwickelt hat, sie entwickeln, und wer sie entwickelt hat, sie nie verringern, sondern immer weiter entfalten. Wie viele kranke Wesen es auch gibt, mögen sie rasch befreit sein von aller Krankheit, mögen alle Krankheiten der wandernden Wesen ohne Ausnahme niemals wieder auftreten. In allen meinen Leben, niemals getrennt von den vollkommenen Gurus, möge ich das herrliche Dharma genießen, und durch die Vollendung der Qualitäten der Stufen und Pfade möge ich rasch den Zustand Vajradharas erreichen. So wie Erde, Wasser, Feuer und Wind, Medizin und die Bäume im Wald, möge ich immer genutzt werden von den fühlenden Wesen, so wie sie es sich wünschen, ohne Widerstand. Möge ich fühlende Wesen so stark wertschätzen wie mein eigenes Leben. Mögen fühlende Wesen mich wertschätzen. Möge all ihr negatives Karma an mir reifen und mögen alle meine Verdienste ihnen zukommen. Der mutige Manjushri und Samantabhadra sahen, wie es ist. Um ihnen zu folgen, widme ich ebenso alle heilsamen Aktivitäten auf feste Weise. So wie die siegreichen Buddhas aller 3 Zeiten dem widmeten, was als das Höchste gepriesen, so widme auch ich alle Wurzeln des Heilsamen ganz dem edlen Bodhisattva-Verhalten. Doch alle Verdienste der 3 Zeiten, angesammelt von mir, den Buddhas, Bodhisattvas und allen Wesen, möge von jetzt an, welche Handlung auch immer ich ausführe, welche Erfahrungen auch immer ich mache, Höhen und Tiefen, Glück oder Leid, Gesundheit oder Krankheit, Gewinn oder Verlust, Reichtum oder Armut, Lob oder Kritik, Leben oder Tod, sogar Wiedergeburt in den Höllen. Was auch immer mir geschieht, mögen alle Erfahrungen in meinem Leben höchst nutzbringend sein, und indem ich selbst Erleuchtung erlange, möge ich alle Wesen dazu bringen, so rasch wie möglich die Erleuchtung zu erlangen. Solange wie der Raum besteht, solange wie es lebende Wesen gibt, so lange möge auch ich verweilen und ihr Leid zum Aufhören bringen. Und dann noch die langen Lebensgebete für seine Heiligkeit den Dalai Lama. An das wunschgewährende, wunscherfüllende Juwel, Quelle von allem Nutzen und Glück in dieser Welt, an den unvergleichlich gütigen Tenzin Gyatso richte ich meine Bitten, und mögen sich all deine heiligen Wünsche sogleich erfüllen. Und für Lama Zopa Rinpoche, durch dessen Güte wir in der Lage sind, diesen Prayerathon durchzuführen, mögest du, der die Verhaltensweisen des Erhabenen aufrechterhält und die siegreiche Lehre des sanften Beschützers bewahrt, hütet, ausbreitet, alles auf sich nimmt, sie zu festigen und die Segenskraft der Ehrung der 3 höchsten Juwelen erfüllt, zu unserem, deiner Schülerschutz ständig verweilen. Und für alle unsere Lehrer mögen die großartigen spirituellen Meisterinnen ein langes, gesundes Leben haben. Mögen die Wesen überall, soweit der Weltraum reicht, glücklich sein. Mögen ich und alle anderen ausnahmslos Heilsames entwickeln und beseitigen, was uns verdunkelt. Und möge uns der Segen zuteil werden, rasch die Buddhaschaft zu erlangen. Dann bedanke ich mich bei allen, die bei diesem Prayerathon dabei sind. And then I hand over to the Italian group, to Venerable Agatha. You don't have your mic on, Agatha.
Okay. Hi.
How are you?
Fine, thank you. Better.
Good.
Yes.
So then I wish you a very beneficial and nice session.
Thank you so
And
much.
if everything goes well, we see each other next week.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. We'll see in the next week.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Buonasera a tutti. Sono Agatha del centro Chap di Polava, nel nord Italia, fondato da Geshe Shetotten. Iniziamo subito con la purificazione delle nadi, così il nostro corpo, parola e mente si rilassa. Ricordiamo che facciamo la respirazione 3 volte per ogni narice, prima la narice sinistra, poi quella destra e poi tutte e 2 insieme. Inspirando, pensiamo che la luce bianca entra attraverso la narice e anche tutte le realizzazioni, tutto ciò che è veramente positivo, entra dentro il nostro corpo e all'altezza dell'ombelico cercate di trattenere qualche secondo l'aria e dopodiché espirate. Quando espiriamo pensiamo che tutte le nostre paure, tutto ciò che è il nostro karma negativo, tutte le nostre preoccupazioni, malattie, eccetera, vengono eliminate attraverso sempre la stessa narice e vanno lontano, si assorbono nell'universo. E quindi facciamo questa pratica. Suggerito dal Venerabile Thangtong, volevo leggervi l'importanza della luce, perché parliamo sempre della luce, visualizziamo la luce, pensiamo che è molto molto utile, perché la luce è sempre stato un simbolo di saggezza e speranza, sicurezza e chiarezza, e anche guarigione e purificazione. Questo è vero per molte religioni, non solo per il buddismo. La luce è antidoto al potere del buio, forze che ci perseguitano, appesantiscono e disturbano le nostre menti. Più luminosa è la luce, minori sono le opportunità che queste forze appaiono e si nascondono nell'ombra. Atisha parla della lampada, del sentiero verso l'illuminazione, e noi visualizziamo regolarmente come la luce si irradia dai Buddha in tutte le 10 direzioni, trovando in ognuno un numero infinito di esseri senzienti, riempiendoli di nettare, di luce compassionevole e purificante. Visualizziamo anche come ci scambiamo con il guru e tutti gli esseri senzienti, diventando uno con loro. Il Buddha in molti modi per noi è l'originale, l'illuminatore, è il primo che ha avuto accesso all'illuminazione, ha acceso per primo la luce. E quindi da allora condividiamo quella luce con gli altri. Se ci sentiamo persi o soli, guardiamo la luce, tutte le luci che abbiamo acceso durante tutto il nostro percorso. E quante si sono diramati da lì in poi. E se sei preoccupato, pensieroso, hai dubbi, cerca la luce del guru. Tieni alta la tua luce, cammina costante, condividendo continuamente la luce. Cammina, cammina con la speranza nel tuo cuore e mai, mai lasciare. Quindi quando ispiriamo questa luce, immaginiamo proprio che c'è la luce del Buddha, la luce di tutti gli illuminati, di tutti i realizzati che entra dentro di noi. Ok, cominciamo. Chiudiamo la narice destra. Inspiriamo con la narice sinistra per 3 volte, immaginando appunto che questa meravigliosa luce e le realizzazioni entrano dentro di noi. Ricordiamo che cerchiamo di trattenere l'aria al nostro ombelico e poi espiriamo tutte le nostre preoccupazioni, tutto il karma negativo, tutto ciò che ci attanaglia, tutto quello che può essere l'ostacolo. Cambiamo la narice, chiudiamo la narice sinistra, inspiriamo con la narice destra per 3 volte. Adesso ispiriamo con tutte e 2 le narici. Ora pensiamo alla motivazione. Pensiamo che nonostante tanti ostacoli, comunque siamo qua, cerchiamo di rigioire di questa grande opportunità che ci siamo dati, perché è una cosa molto molto utile, molto importante far parte di questa grande opportunità di interdipendenza che è la lettura della preghiera. che da 52 settimane va avanti. E pensiamo che noi vogliamo comunque raggiungere l'illuminazione nel più breve tempo possibile, ma questo perché non per perché vogliamo assolutamente trovare un modo, un abile metodo per aiutare effettivamente gli altri, perché solo così, con questo grande obiettivo, essendo interdipendenti gli uni con gli altri, riusciremo a creare un'energia cosmica molto molto utile, molto importante, molto positiva. E poi pensando a questa alla bodhicitta, al fatto che vogliamo attraversare il sentiero nei vari metodi per raggiungere questo obiettivo, poi tutto il nostro comportamento durante tutta la giornata, tutto quello che facciamo avrà questa meditazione, di conseguenza tutte le cose si intrecciano e le condizioni e le circostanze si aprono, le circostanze, condizioni favorevoli si aprono per risolvere, per arrivare a questa grande meta. E tutte le persone che ci circondano, tutti quelli con cui noi interagiamo, comunque sentono questa grande forza e di conseguenza si tranquillizzano e le cose, nonostante quello che stiamo vivendo, dobbiamo tenere a mente molto bene la motivazione, perché se ci facciamo prendere da tutto quello che succede, la nostra mente può vacillare, mentre se entriamo in questo flusso magico, diciamo così, che viene supportato dai grandi maestri, dal Dalai Lama, da tutto il nostro passato che ci ha portato qui e ora, non possiamo non avere una vita meravigliosa, ecco, ricordiamocelo sempre. Quindi facciamo la motivazione, ricordiamoci che quando leggiamo, quando noi facciamo la presa di rifugio, è molto importante prendere rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, ma soprattutto nel Dharmakaya, che è la nostra vera mente. Perché in questo modo prendiamo rifugio nella parte più bella e meravigliosa di noi, che è la natura della mente, che ci rilassa nella vera mente primordiale che accomuna tutti gli esseri senzienti, nessuno escluso. Quindi leggiamo per 3 volte la motivazione. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, questo è importante. Dovete crederci veramente. Il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. E con questa motivazione, pensando che Chenrezig è sopra il nostro capo e irradia luce verso tutti gli esseri senzienti e li purifica da tutte le malattie, karma negativo, ostacoli. E e poi la luce rientra dentro di noi, poi facciamo uscire di nuovo la luce sempre dal corpo di Chenrezig, che prima di tutto irradia anche il nostro corpo, parole e mente, però va a fare offerte a tutti il campo dei meriti, tutti i Buddha, Bodhisattva, Dakini, protettori, Dharmapala, alle 80.000 forze ostacolanti, a tutti quanti, e a tutto il campo dei meriti offriamo acqua, intere cascate d'acqua, acqua da bere, acqua per lavare i piedi, fiori, interi giardini meravigliosi, quelli che abbiamo visto, che ci ricordiamo, fiori più belli, luci, migliaia di soli, profumi, il cibo più delizioso, tipo musica celestiale, ma anche quella che vi piace di più. Offritela, perché è l'energia, ricordatevi che è l'energia che voi esprimete, che poi effettivamente viene percepita dal capo dei meriti, che è più vicino a noi di quanto pensiamo. Quindi va bene una canzone rock, va bene qualsiasi tipo di musica che vi piaccia, offritela. Non bisogna per forza pensare alla musica tibetana o indiana. Se vi piace un altro tipo di musica, dalla classica al rock al jazz, va benissimo, pensatela, e l'energia che esprimete in questa emozione, sensazione, feeling, viene percepita da loro. Poi la luce rientra dentro il cuore di Chenrezig e pensiamo così, facciamo una mala di mantra. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om m Mani per me, mani per me. Mani per me, mani per me, mani per me, mani per me, mani per me. Mani per me, mani per me, mani per me, mani per me. Mani per me, mani per me. Adesso pensiamo che Chenrezig si assorbe dentro di noi e diventiamo di un solo sapore con lui. Visualizziamo che all'interno del nostro cuore, sopra un fiore di loto, sole e luna, c'è un trono dove si siede il nostro guru radice, che ha il viso rivolto verso l'esterno, che è veramente contento perché stiamo facendo la cosa giusta e riceve continuamente energia da Chenrezig attraverso il nostro corpo. Quindi sentiamoci onorati di ospitare questo grande dono e pensiamo che dai pori della nostra pelle esce l'energia che va a purificare tutti gli esseri senzienti, nessuno escluso, tutti i 6 reami, anche i 75 protettori, tutti gli esseri infernali che ci creano ostacoli, i debitori karmici, tutte le persone malate, tutte le persone in difficoltà vengono inondate di questa meravigliosa luce di Chenrezig, si trasformano a loro volta in Chenrezig e vanno e volano nella terra pura. Dopodiché la luce rientra dentro il nostro cuore e cerchiamo di fare questa visualizzazione mentre leggiamo la Sacra Preghiera. Però leggiamola avendo l'orgoglio divino di essere Chenrezig, cerchiamo di essere convinti che stiamo aiutando effettivamente La preghiera non è una richiesta di grazia, non è un chiedere aiuto, non è fate voi perché io non sono capace. Noi siamo in grado di farlo. Se siamo qui e ora e non abbiamo avuto ostacoli, interferenze, vuol dire che la capacità c'è. Quindi trasformatevi proprio in Chenrezig e cercate di pensare veramente che in questi pochi minuti voi potete fare la differenza ed aiutare con coraggio e determinazione tutte le persone che stanno male. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma, dei guardiani e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causata dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere. Con la compassione del guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, da malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, per il potere delle dacchini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Leggiamo le dediche. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata, e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre di più. Sansara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca, causa e effetto, l'origine dipendente, sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, e che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possano essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possano tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Pensiamo a tutte le persone che hanno il Covid, sono malate, soprattutto in India, adesso c'è anche il fungo che li attanaglia. A tutti i malati negli ospedali, agli infermieri e dottori, e tutto il personale sanitario, nessuno escluso, ma anche delle case di riposo. Dedichiamo qualche mantra per loro. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Pensiamo a tutti i maestri elementari, delle superiori, maestri che possono avere forza, coraggio e saggezza per educare tutti i ragazzi. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. In particolare pensiamo a tutti i ragazzi e tutte le persone che sono coinvolte col progetto Alice, grande, potentissimo metodo per educare tutti i bambini del mondo in modo assolutamente molto positivo. Quindi una dedica particolare ad Alice Project. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Pensiamo ai politici di tutto il mondo perché possano trovare tutte le forze dentro di loro in modo giusto, equanime e positivo per tutti, e che non siano in contrapposizione con il nostro benessere. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato da guru perfetti. Possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e sentieri. Possa io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa, che agisce come nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai, neppure per un secondo, dal puro sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandappa, che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo. Era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei figli dei vittoriosi e ha realizzato lo yoga dei 2 stadi delle supreme beatitudini e vacuità. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, l'aria, le medicine, il legno da ardere nei monasteri, possa io sempre essere usato da tutti gli esseri senzienti esattamente come a loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Possa io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, possa io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa, possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, possano tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se io potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro, accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha, innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da solo che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Come l'eroe Manjushri, come Samantabhadra hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose nello stesso tempo, dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguirle nel loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù, con la dedica considerata come la suprema da tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei 3 tempi per avere una condotta pura, affinché il sentiero del Dharma, del Re del Dharma, Tsongkhapa prosperi, possano tutti i segni degli ostacoli essere pacificati, tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. A causa dei 2 tipi di meriti e dei tempi di me stessa e degli altri, possano gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandappa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. Gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile, Thangtong Gyalpo, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiocatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi, diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Manionat, che magistralmente compie magnifiche preghiere che onorano i 3 supremi. Salvatore mio e degli altri, tuoi discepoli, per favore, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Grazie a tutti e mi raccomando, forza e coraggio e non mollate mai. Se avete qualche dubbio, cercate di ricordarvi che la luce è sempre con voi, che ci sono tanti maestri che vi apprezzano e che siete persone incredibilmente positive. Grazie a tutti, forza e coraggio ancora. E passiamo la parola al venerabile Thangtong. Venerabile.
Hello, Venerable Agata. Hello, everyone. Let's have a quick look. Who's there? Nana, hello. Thank you for supporting Venerable Agata. Hello, Lars. Hello, Irene, Marie. Let's have a quick look. Oh, Alessandro, hello. Linda, Livio. Lovely to see you all. And it's always nice to see so many people joining for the prayers, particularly, when we do stuff other than the English version. So it's nice to see Venerable Agata so well supported. Thank you very much. Week 52 this weekend.
52.
So next week we go for the anniversary. So thank you very much for all the support. Thank you very much for all the participations, the smiles, the tears that we shared. So thank you very much to everyone out there. And
we'll see the next week.
See you next week. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yes, good evening. My name is Damcho. I'm based in the UK. For now anyway, temperatures are going up again. We're waiting for the thunder to clear the air, but there you go. We're calling for the rain. Other parts of the world have had far too much, like Belgium and Germany recently. Fires, I think, in the States and Canada. So yes, we have to be careful what we wish for. We should be happy with what we have and how we make life work. So yes, as I said, this is the 52nd prayer. So next week we have the 1 year anniversary. When we set out, we weren't sure we were going this long. Surely had highs and lows. We saw much happening in terms of vaccination programs coming out. And so there was some joy in that. Obviously, we're not rejoicing about the lives lost or the people being sick. And then we thought, yeah, okay, it's looking all good. And now we seem to be having surges again, left, right, and center around the world, with parts of the world going into lockdown again, or having its third and fourth waves coming on. So yeah, I mean, let's do our bit, you know, to make sure that we keep ourselves, our families, our friends, our community safe, and also the wider community and other sentient beings in whatever way we possibly can. So thank you very much for joining us and doing these prayers. And it's, yeah, let's pass the light of compassion and love and hope, you know, from one person to another, and watch how those hand out the compassion as well. So hopefully we make the world a better place. Sometimes we have to go through rough periods to rebuild for better, make it stronger for the next time, so that society and at large, you know, has more love and compassion within. Okay, so if we take a moment, just take a few deep breaths. And ask yourself why you're here, why you specifically are joining this evening, whether you're just, you know, enjoying the prayers, the community aspect, whether you're here because of the advice of your gurus, in our case Lama Zopa, whether you just need to escape from the turbulence of modern living and just need a bit of quiet time. You may be here because you're praying for those who are sick and have passed away within your circle of friends and family. You may yourself, you know, hit hardship because of the pandemic, socioeconomical, you know, this on and off furlough, working, not working, interruptions of income, that sort of, you know, pressure, being able to pay the bills, take care of the family. All these things, you know, they take the wider effect as well. You might be working frontline, you have seen the suffering throughout, and you're at the level of burning out. So if this half hour you're with us can give you that little bit of peace and quiet and a chance to recharge your batteries and focus, you know, then please do come back and rejoice. And if you're struggling really to a massive extent that goes beyond what we can offer you here right now, please don't make permanent decision on temporary problems. Do seek the advice of professional doctors or lifelines, whatever resources are available to you. Again, let's start with 4 verses from the King of Prayers. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanders in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those with paths like mine, with body, words, and also mind. May we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space, likewise, limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. Sorry. If we visualize in the space in front of us our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. If you had the initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the deity in the space in front, above the crown of your head. If you're joining us from a different spiritual path, please feel free to visualize the deity most closely associated with love and compassion. And for those of you who do not wish to engage with deities, just visualize a clear light in the space in front of you, above the crown of your head. And let that light be filled with love and compassion for all beings. Visualize how light emanates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions. And each light beam finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings wherever they are, across the 6 realms, close to you, or the furthest corners of the universe. But the Guru's love and light finds them all. And none are left out. The light enters their bodies to the crown of their heads. As we wish for all sentient beings to be liberated from samsara and reach enlightenment, we can visualize all these beings in human form. And the purifying light nectar enters, so the purifying light nectar enters their bodies. It cleanses away all negative karma and delusions of the mind for all past lifetimes. Atom by atom and between the spaces, with the spaces between those atoms. We get a thorough deep clean. And as we feel the karmic dirt being washed away, burned away, cleansed away, we can feel relief more and more. We can move freely. We can stand upright where previously all this weight of karma has kept us down, being able to stretch out, being able to breathe again, feeling refreshed, feeling relieved, feeling like ourselves again, feeling the joy, feeling the happiness, the well-being. And recognizing that in ourselves, we look at all other mother sentient beings and we can see the same happening to them. And we recognize that, like us, none of them want to suffer. We all want to be happy, free from suffering, and enjoy a long and happy life. We recognize that it's through actions of body, speech, and mind that so much harm was done. Wrong thoughts, wrong words, wrong actions, wrong interpretations, misunderstandings, arguments led to so much. Caused harm to other beings and to ourselves. And recognizing these flaws, we beg forgiveness from all mother sentient beings. We make the promise that from now on we will engage in wholesome actions that are beneficial to those beings, with no discrimination, embracing all, acknowledging the suffering of all, and wishing to help each and every one of them. And because of our trust in the Guru, we invite all mother sentient beings to join us now in taking refuge in the Guru. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Sirams, and Akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Sirams, and Akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the Gurus, Sirams, and Akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called all mother sentient beings to join us and taken refuge, the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call and have taken refuge or in the process of taking refuge. The Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, the purifying light nectar intensifies more and more. And more of the negative karma and delusions are being washed away, revealing more of our true nature, our Buddha nature that was deep hidden amongst all the dust and grime and debris of negative karma. And as we reveal more and more of our true nature, we begin to glow. And as we glow, we return the light that we receive from the Guru back to the Guru. And we also share that light with all other Mother Sentient beings. We become one with the Guru and one with our Mother Sentient beings. And again, we recognized it was through the actions of our body, speech, and mind, represented by Om, that we have caused so much harm to others and ourselves. And having made the promise to transform into the holy aspect of the Guru's body, speech, and mind, also represented by Om, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padme. And through the combination of both in Om, we transform into the holy aspect. So as we recite the Mani mantra, we keep on visualizing how we exchange ourselves with all Mother Sentient beings and the Guru. And the more we're being purified, the more we glow, the brighter we shine, the more light we can share with the Guru and other sentient beings. And the more sentient beings join us, collectively the brighter we get, dispelling the darkness of negative karma and delusions. And we shine brighter for those who are still lost in the darkness, trying to find a way out. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Let's recite for our mother sentient beings. Let's not forget all the beings across the 6 realms. The beings of the hell realm. Those in the realm of the hungry ghost. The animal realm. The realm of man. The realm of the demigod. The realm of gods. Suffering exists across all those 6 realms in different forms. But it's the realm of man that we have the greatest option of modifying our behavior of body, speech, and mind to escape the samsaric existence. Mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Having recognized that we're no different to other sentient beings in the wish of wanting to be free from suffering and its causes, and enjoying the happiness that is free from suffering. And having recognized and recalled that many of the actions that led to suffering are through the causes of body, speech, and mind, and recognizing that we have taken our fair share in causing so much suffering to others and ourselves. Having asked all mother sentient beings for forgiveness and made the promise of transforming our body, speech, and mind to be of benefit of other sentient beings, by transforming into the enlightened state, the holy aspect of the Guru. Having taken refuge and recited many Mani mantras, while exchanging ourselves with the Guru and other sentient beings, may we now visualize ourselves as pure, and holding on to the pure state for as long as we possibly can, at least the duration of these prayers. If we can, the end of the next week, months, year, this life, many lifetimes, depending on our skill. May we now recite additional mantras and prayers for the benefit of Mother Sentient Beings and advised by His Holiness. May we call upon the Great Mother Tara to join us in moving any obstacles that may arise in our practice, any obstacle that may arise in the recovery of those who are sick, any obstacles that may arise of finding a fortunate rebirth in those who have entered the bardo, and any hindrances that may arise in alleviating suffering in whatever form or shape. May we therefore call upon the Great Mother Tara, visualizing in the space in front of us, emerald green in color, light radiating from Tara in all 10 directions. Again, meeting each of the infinite number of sentient beings to remove any obstacles that they and us may encounter as individuals and as a collective. And again, Om represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of Tara. Tara liberates from samsara. Tara liberates us from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. And Tura liberates us from disease and illnesses, both physical and mental. So we recite one full mala of Tara mantras. So again, keep on exchanging yourself with all Mother Sentient Beings, and visualize how you exchange yourself with Mother Tara for the removal of obstacles, and visualize how Tara also removes obstacles for everyone else. Tare tutare ture soha. 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 Visualize how all obstacles have now been removed through the great kindness of Mother Tara. We also call upon the guardians to join us for the recitation of Vajrayana, for which we need Vajrapani and Black Manjushri as well for the second mantra. If you're visualizing the space in front of us, for Roses looking dark blue Vajrapani, his feet are stretched out, and he holds a Vajra in his right hand and his snake lasso in the left. His body is a place with transcendental wisdom fire. And from his body are admitted fire garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, noxious vapors of poisonous gases, which like violent winds and hailstorms destroy all disease, epidemics, spirit harms and interferers. And again, remember, we do not wish to destroy the beings, we wish to destroy the root causes of their motivation to act a certain way that causes harm to others and themselves. So when we say interferers, we don't really want to destroy the interferer, we want to destroy the motivation behind it so that the being itself can be transformed and find a way out to liberation. So recite the mantra, recite it 7 times, visualize how you put on a suit of armor if you think of battling with the pandemic, or a surgical gown if you think about treating illnesses and diseases or operations. And that medical gown protects the patient from any cross-infections because we haven't purified ourselves enough, and it protects us as well from anything that may still be with the patient. Despite their appearances, we should always embrace the guardians for what they are. Loving, kind beings who've taken upon themselves to make sure that we do not stray off the path, that we do the best that we can without harming ourselves and others or being harmed through others. As we recite the mantra, we visualize ourselves as standing tall and proud, not proud from an egotistical point of view, but proud as in a focused way that we have the ability to make a difference. Stay focused and prepare yourself for what we're about to do to benefit Mother Sentient Beings by removing any obstacles, diseases, and so forth. Vajaped Umbat Masori Ped, Nivashenagan Tata, Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshaksa Suha, Vajaped Umbat Masori Ped, Nivashenagan Tata, Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshaksa Suha, Vajaped Umbat Masori Ped, Nivashenagan Tata, Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshaksa Suha, Vajaped Umbat Masori Ped, Nivashenagan Tata, Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshaksa Suha, Vajaped Umbat Masori Ped, Nivashenagan Tata, Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshaksa Suha, Vajaped Umbat Masori Ped, Nivashenagan Tata, Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshaksa Suha. Vajaped Umpat Masuri Ped, Nivashenagan Tata, Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshaksa Suha. Vajaped Umpat Masuri Ped, Nivashenagan Tata, Saurita Hana Vajna Raksha Suha. So having put on now the armor correctly, we now call upon Black Manjushri to join us. If we're doing battle, we need a field medic or back up in the theater, whichever way you want to look at it. And if you visualize a Black Manjushri with a restful face, 3 eyes, he has 2 hands, he holds a scripture on the left and a sword on the right. He's adorned with precious bone ornaments and stands in the midst of a mass of fire. And flames of clear light emanate from his heart, pervading inside and outside of our bodies and the bodies of all mother sentient beings, and purifying all negative karma, delusions, obstruction, sickness, spirits, cancer, previous, all dangers, and burning away all black magic, curses, and so forth. So again, this is more therapeutic. So again, sometimes depending if you want to think about a tune, how would you rub in healing ointments? Om tam chu chu su dutu su dumi su ningula chikala jakam shantam bepesu. Om tam chu chu su dutu su dumi su ningula chikala jakam shantam bepesu. Om tam chu chu su dutu su dumi su ningula chikala jakam shantam bepesu. Om tam chu chu su dutu su dumi su ningula chikala jakam shantam bepesu. Om tam chu chu su dutu su dumi su ningula chikala jakam shantam bepesu. Om tam chu chu su dutu su dumi su ningula chikala jakam shantam bepesu. Om tam chu chu su dutu su dumi su ningula chikala jakam shantam bepesu. Om tam chu chu su dutu su dumi su ningula chikala jakam shantam bepesu. Okay, so now that we have prepared ourselves fully, we now readying ourselves for the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. And as some of you know, I mixed it up a little bit with another prayer from Thangtong Gyalpo from when he was in a previous life. And he was the monk Pema Kapo. And as Pema Kapo, Thangtong Gyalpo recited the Vajra words or Vajra speech of praise to the sublime Chenrezig for 60 years, between the age of 20 and 80, while doing Nungnes. So, and the beautiful thing about this prayer is that it ties in really nicely with the main prayer that we're doing, but also if you're thinking about liberating not just the suffering in our own realm and or freeing beings from the pandemic in our own realm, but that we want to help all sentient beings indiscriminately and change their ways that they may have better rebirth. So this one addresses the 6 realms and what we can do. So we look half hour, just under half an hour. Yeah, what we should have the time to do 3 recitations of Thangtong Gyalpo's prayer for each realm. So we do sort of a little crossover. We start with the introduction of the prayer, and then we do the Thangtong Gyalpo recitations. I'm currently working on maybe something that we can screen share. As you know, I'm the least tech inclined, so please forgive me. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig. I pray to you, most sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, great refuge and protector Chenrezig. I pray And to you I pray, loving protector Chenrezig, please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha. For all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in endless samsara, or to endure unbearable torments, there is no other refuge than you, great protector. Okay, now we start on the individual realms. So the first three we do for the hell realm. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time, under the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and tempering conditions such as thousands of grasped illness and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 of spirits and suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have raised and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grasped illness and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names differ beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 spirits and suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have raised the power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma temporary conditions such as the harms of grasped illness and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May the sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 with spirits at Hamsat, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have raised and bound, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, so you've joined us for the first time with these prayers or my sessions. Why do we do the three recitations for each realm in this case? Well, if you, it's more important that what we do from a good place, from a good heart. If you only have time to do one recitation, but you can do it meaningful, then do one. If you have a bit more time, maybe three. So one, the suffering of the body, the suffering of the speech, the suffering of the mind. If you have more time, maybe one recitation for each of the six realms where sentient beings exist to alleviate their suffering. If you have more time, again, of course, you can do three for body, speech, and mind for each of the realms. That's what we're doing right now. So, but it's less, the getting the numbers up. It's more about doing what we do meaningfully and keeping our mind focused accordingly. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in the presence, in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Potala. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grasped illness and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and the sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 with spirits and upside, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have raids and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sending beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the arms of cross, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 with sits Adam suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as times of cross, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 of spirits and suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have raids and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay. The last of the lower realms, the animal realm. Through the power of the bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. May all beings afflicted by the suffering of stupidity and dullness be reborn in your presence, O protector. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of cross, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 with spirits and suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have raids and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of their Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of cross, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings now from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 with spirits and suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have raids and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as times of cross, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 with spirits and suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of praise and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Rakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So these were the three lower realms, and if you remember when we started off in the motivation and the King of Prayers, maybe ease the suffering in the lower realms. So we fulfilled one of the premises that we set out at the beginning. So now we deal with the three upper realms, human realm, demigods, and gods. And next one is the realm of human, or the realm of man. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning of time under the influence of I lost one here. There you go. I turned over one to quit. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of devotion. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realm of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 world spirits and suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of reigns and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Rakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and the sound of whose names stand for beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, may all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have reigns and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Dharma protectors, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and may sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits and suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have raids and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So that's the realm of men. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning of time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of the jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of raids and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as times of ground spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and the sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 years which and suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have raises and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as times of ground spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are due from life-threatening diseases, not like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits and suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of raids and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of gods. May all beings who undergo suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. May all disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as times of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 spirits and suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as times of cross sins and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So one last time, so to complete the realm of the gods, the suffering there. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as times of cross spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, and separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and may the sound of whose names deaf are beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clans of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of grace and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So, if we now visualize that through the power of this prayer, we have started to really destroy the root causes of suffering, particularly the pandemic, right at the seat. And if we still see these flare-ups, do not despair. Think about how you would deal with tidying up a garden. You could just trim the hedge, but that doesn't solve the problem. If you're going to get rid of the hedge, you need to start at the root base. You might cut it back and then dig out the roots. And certain things you really have to be so careful with that you don't leave anything behind. So it's a continuous effort for all of us to do what we can to make sure that we picked each of the little seeds out and destroyed them from germinating. Okay, so let's do the dedications. I'm a little bit mindful of my timing. So let's have a look, because I tend to think so. Good. That's very nice. Thank you very much, Anna. So there's a comment, and thanks to Geshe Thangtong Zopa. Thank you very much, and everyone who done prayers today. There's a flight spread around the world and bring positive results. We love that, Anna. Always welcome. And I think I saw Ginny. Ginny, thank you very much. I think I missed you this morning. Yes, we keep you and your sister in our thoughts. Hope you have a speedy recovery, and isolation right now isn't too difficult. I know it can be very frustrating, particularly when you wait on calls from track and trace. Maybe also dedicate to the recovery of Geshe Tenli, who a few weeks ago had a car accident. We're still waiting for more updates, but in the meantime, let's just say no news is good news. It's always one of the things. At least it's not worsening, and sometimes it's good to just give people the space to do the recover and focus on the recovery. We also have our sister Venerable Tenzin Palyong, who had a hip replacement, speedy recovery there. And we dedicate to all mother sentient beings for long life and happiness, free. All the lives may be free from suffering. May we the cause to be free of suffering. And we dedicate to all the precious Sangha community, not just our own tradition, but all traditions, for the continued effort to keeping the light of the Dharma alive and passing it on from one person to another, and making it available, shining the way, shining the path to the enlightenment. May they never be separate from the Dharma and precious teachers. May they reach enlightenment as quickly as possible in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the lay community for the kind support of the Sangha through their efforts of giving time, expertise, and finance to ensure that Dharma centers and events can run and charitable projects can come off the ground. May they all live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the Sangha community, the Dharma, and precious teachers. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to our precious gurus for their kind guidance in this and all future lifetimes. May our gurus, if they haven't done so already, achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, and may all their holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we always be in their presence in this and all future lifetimes. May we particularly dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, bright beacon of love and compassion. May His Holiness wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we always benefit from His presence in this and all future lifetimes. And may we rejoice in having been born at a time when Vajradhara himself is giving teaching to all of us. May we also be dedicating to Lama Zopa Rinpoche's long life and well-being, who has had the vision of putting us into action with prayerathon 50-second weekend now, so that we ourselves get deeper involved with practices to benefit all mother sentient beings around the world through these difficult times. May we never be separated from Lama Zopa's presence and guidance in this and all future lifetimes. Due to all the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen, arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, may all war, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. And lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who's completely empty of existing from my own side. Okay, long life for Lama Zopa. And His Holiness first. Gangri Rawe Kewe Shingandi, Penang Dewa Malu Jungwe Ne, Chenrezig Tenzing Gyatso Shape Site Badu, thank you, Huchi. Lama Zopa. Tepsil Shang Yang Gyun Kewe, Tenzing Kyun Pelwe Kun Sudo Foze, Chokzang Kewe Lek Mun Tudru. Padak Sok the Hiljegundu Shanten Show. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much, Chenrezig Institute, for hosting so beautifully. Thanks for your continued support, 52 weeks in. And it's been a wonderful experience from my side with all the trials and tribulations and the tears and laughter we shared over this time. Thank you very much to all the wonderful Sangha who throughout that time has made it possible for us to carry on, and of course the tech support team at Chenrezig Institute. Thank you very much to all you wonderful people. Much love, and let's see, the smiling Spanish brigade is waiting in the background. I nearly got them in a somber state. It's like, oh my God, he's doing all this weird stuff again. How are you? Let's have a
Hello, Damcho, how are you?
Hello, Fabio, Paloma, hello.
You're back at home.
Well, how are you?
Fine, and you?
Yes.
Where are you? Are you still in London?
No, I managed to get back last Sunday, but I have 10 days in forced quarantine. I'm waiting for my day 5 release test result to come through. It should be here anytime between now and tomorrow. Should be here by 10 o'clock, hopefully. And then I can move around freely again. It's just when you sit there, because they can ring you any time of the day. There's some reception black spots in the house. If you move the phone the wrong way, that's when they ring you and you missed your call, you know. So it's so frustrating. That's more frustrating and tense. So that's why I can sympathize with poor Ginny, if you're still out there, Ginny, because track and trace can ring you any time of the day. You have to answer, and you know, you're sitting there, you know, am I near the phone? Is my phone on? Is the battery okay? Have I switched it off? Can I quickly, you know, pop to the bathroom? You know, if I want a cup of tea, I can't take the phone into the kitchen. You know, can't have a cup of tea, or you know, that sort of stuff. It's really
a cup of tea, very important.
That is way more intense than the entire lockdown ever was for me.
How many days like that?
Technically 10 days. But I did my day 2 straight away on return, my PCR test, and I've been testing every day since before I left Nalanda. So I've been negative throughout. So now I'm okay, but it's just the formalities of it all.
Yes.
So I did my day 2. I had my day 5 swab yesterday, and I have to go on Monday again out to Gatwick to have my day 8 swab done.
But you didn't have the vaccine?
Yeah.
Even like that?
Yeah, but when I was at Nalanda, when I left for Nalanda, it was everybody's fully vaccinated, only needs the day 2 swab and no isolation. while I was at Nalanda, they changed the settings for France, and they said even those fully vaccinated need to self-isolate now for 10 days.
Wow.
I need a day 2 and day 8 swab.
Wow.
But because it's, you know, I want to go out with the dog, I decided to opt also for day 5.
Oh,
So yeah,
vale.
it's just
Crazy.
And the irony is there is a testing facility 5 minutes walk from my house, but because it's with the health service, I'm not allowed to use it. I have to go to a private company 30, 40 miles away. That to me is just insane, but hey, what can you do?
Anyway.
These are the rules. These are the rules, and that's where I have to go.
Yes, yes, of course, of
You
course.
know?
Caray, que lo llevan.
On the other hand, if I have to go out for 30, 40 miles, I can go out in the car and see a little bit of scenery. You know, that's nice as well. There's a bonus to be had. Anyway, I'm eating into your wonderful time.
Okay.
Thank you very much for all your wonderful, wonderful help.
Thank you.
Take care. Much love. Bye-bye.
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 Paloma, ¿qué contaba?
¿Habéis visto mi fondo? En el centro.
Paloma, ¿qué contaba?
Ah, exacto, pues que se ve que está muy... Como ha vuelto de Nalanda, aunque está doble vacuna, se ve que están muy estrictos ahora en Inglaterra. Y entonces, además de que se tiene que hacer, creo que le he entendido, no estoy muy segura, una PCR con mucha frecuencia, no sé si cada día, pero con mucha frecuencia, tiene que estar 10 días de cuarentena y tiene que estar sí o sí en su casa, porque le llaman a cualquier hora del día. Entonces tiene que estar asegurándose de que tiene el teléfono cargado, de que no sé qué, de que no sé cuánto, en fin, un montón de historias. Y se ve que a pesar de la doble vacuna, 10 días en cuarentena, PCR y un montón de cosas así.
Bueno, a ver qué pasa con nosotras.
Eso es decir, son las reglas de
Inglaterra.
de los criterios de Inglaterra, que están siendo...
Pero ha dicho que en Francia también, ¿eh? Que tienes que hacer 10 días de cuarentena.
Cuando llega a Francia...
Sí, eso ha dicho.
Que no le he entendido yo bien de eso. Ah, pero porque vienes de Inglaterra. ¿Sabes?
No lo sé, pero tuvo que hacer 10.
Luego yo he mirado en las normas y no dice nada de que tengas que guardar cuarentena si tienes la doble vacuna.
Bueno, ya veremos. A primeros de agosto miraremos a ver lo que tenemos que hacer.
Claro, claro.
Sí, porque cambia muy rápido esto.
Claro, puede cambiar.
¿Qué os parece mi entorno?
Muy propio, muy bonito.
Bien, maravilloso.
Bonito. La estatua de la Mayese, qué bonita.
Mira, la Hayagriva.
Ah, sí.
Y la sombrilla blanca.
¿Esta es la tanca que se usó en la iniciación?
Yes, yes,
Ah.
yes, yes.
Muy bonita. Muy bonita.
Muy bien.
Bueno, pues vamos a empezar entonces. Buenas tardes, buenas noches, buenos días, según se esté.
Espabila.
Thank you to Chenrezig Institute for organizing. Y gracias a todos por asistir. Empezamos haciendo una pequeña meditación en la respiración y de ahí pasamos a generar la motivación que se lleva generando todo el día en la recitación que ininterrumpidamente se hace cada sábado. Entonces simplemente sientes entrar y salir el aire a través de las fosas nasales. Y a nivel mental dejas pasar todo, pensamientos, conceptos, problemas. Simplemente te centras en la respiración. Dejamos que surja en nuestro interior ese silencio, ese espacio desde los que vamos a dedicar unos minutos a crear las causas para que la pandemia desaparezca, para que las causas kármicas de esta pandemia desaparezcan, se purifiquen. Y pensamos ahora en el beneficio de todos los seres, no solo aquellos que la han padecido, la están padeciendo, sino todos los seres en general que sufren. seres que puedes visualizar a tu alrededor. A tu derecha visualizas a tu padre y a la izquierda visualizamos a nuestra madre. No importa si ya no viven, o están lejos, o hace mucho que no ves. Ahora lo sentimos bien cerquita, a ambos lados. Detrás de nosotros situamos a nuestros seres más queridos, incluso aquellos por los que sentimos apego. Hermanos, amigos, compañeros, animales también. Frente a nosotros situamos a las personas con las que tuvimos o estamos teniendo problemas, o los hemos tenido en el pasado. Los visualizamos frente a nosotros, meditando igual que nosotros, buscando la felicidad igual que nosotros. Ahora nos centramos en eso. Y alrededor están todos los seres del universo. Hay tantos que tus ojos no alcanzan a ver el final. Incontables seres, humanos, no humanos, visibles, invisibles, pequeños, grandes, agradables, no tan agradables, todos los seres. Y de nuevo nos centramos en que todos los seres tienen una sola cosa en común entre ellos y con nosotros, que es el deseo de ser felices. Muy en especial nos acordamos de los seres, de las personas, tanto conocidas como no conocidas por nosotros, que lo están pasando mal o que han fallecido por cualquier motivo, que están enfermos o que tienen obstáculos, y los incluyes en tu visualización. Sintiendo que estás haciendo esta práctica por ellos. Y usando esa visualización como soporte para generar la mente preciosa de la bodhicitta, la generas pensando que vas a llevar a todos estos seres, no importa lo que tardes, no importa los que sean, a la sublime, preciosa iluminación, al despertar completo. Generando la actitud que Rinpoche llama la actitud valiente del bodhisattva, diciéndote: voy a llevar a todos estos seres, tarde lo que tarde, cueste lo que cueste, a la iluminación, por mí mismo, yo solo. Pero para conseguirlo necesitamos de las bendiciones y de la guía de las tres joyas y de nuestros maestros. Por eso visualizamos en el espacio a Guru Chenrezig sobre un loto, sol y luna en el aspecto que te sea más cómodo, irradiando luz, mirándote y sonriéndote. En su presencia sientes un amor muy cálido. Tienes una sensación de mucha acogida, como la que siente un hijo pequeño en presencia de su madre o de su padre, o como la que sientes en presencia del Guru. Te sientes cuidado, guiado, protegido, totalmente seguro. Lo puedes visualizar en el aspecto que te sea más cómodo. 4 brazos, 1000 brazos, de pie, sentado, pero sintiendo que es inseparable de nuestros maestros, en especial de su santidad el Dalai Lama, de Lama Zopa Rinpoche, de tus maestros personales. En esencia son lo mismo. De las tres joyas, del supremo campo de méritos. En esencia son todo lo mismo. Medita así unos momentos con fuerza. y manteniendo la visualización de tener a todos los seres y a Chenrezig frente a ti, recitas 3 veces la oración de refugio. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro, buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro, buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro, buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Sentimos así que tanto nosotros como todos los seres estamos ya bajo la guía y protección de las 3 joyas que a través de Avalokitesvara nos brindan toda esa protección y cuidado. Y ahora visualizamos que del sagrado cuerpo de Chenrezig surge luz y néctar que nos llena a nosotros y a todos los seres, dándole a cada uno lo que necesiten y dándonos a todos la visión correcta de la naturaleza de los fenómenos, que es la de la interdependencia, la del surgir dependiente, como oposición a la creencia errónea de que las cosas existen inherentemente. Pensamos así mientras recitamos el mantra unos minutos y sentimos que con el sonido del mantra, el poder de esa luz, de ese néctar, de esos logros, de esa sabiduría, se activa en nuestra mente y en la de todos los seres. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Un mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Dedicamos esta primera recitación para todas las personas y seres fallecidos, no solo a causa del coronavirus, sino por cualquier otro motivo. Aquellos que están falleciendo justo ahora, para que sean guiados por Chenrezig a su tierra pura, en Totala. Piensa en tus seres queridos o personas o seres por los que quieras rezar, que hayan fallecido, no importa el tiempo que haga. Y les ofreces de corazón todos tus méritos. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Que puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Que puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. La dedicación de esta segunda recitación, venerable Begoña, si la quieres hacer.
Sí, pues quiero dedicarlo pues para todos nuestros familiares, los que nos rodean y están vivos y están con nosotros, y aquellos que han muerto, no solamente nuestros padres, sino todos los que hemos conocido en esta vida, e incluso nuestros antepasados, nuestros abuelos, porque en algún lado estarán y necesitarán de nosotros. Entonces nos han dado la oportunidad de tener un renacimiento humano perfecto a través de todos ellos, así que les dedicamos los méritos para lo que necesiten en este momento.
Muy bien, incluimos a tambor.
¿Quién es tambor?
Conejo tambor.
Mi conejo. Sí, a
Vale.
tambor también.
Por supuesto, por todos.
¿Tú le conocías? ¿Conoces a tambor?
De fotos.
Ah, sí. Era coneja al final.
Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Que puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu y en un solo instante no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Venerable Paloma.
Dedicamos especialmente por los indigentes, también por los inmigrantes, los ancianos, los más vulnerables, también por los que maltratan, los que son maltratados, que todos podamos vivir con un buen corazón y en armonía.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Y especialmente dedicamos por toda la Sangha y fundamentalmente por nuestros maestros para que estén con nosotros muchos años hasta el fin del samsara, comenzando por la larga vida de su santidad el Dalai Lama. Ite menkandi pende madupa gale juwe sampe sino Kadri insume tensi yatsula olwa deso tu serundru uso Joya que concedes y colmas los deseos, fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad en este mundo. A ti de bondad incomparable, Thangtong Gyalpo, te suplico que todos tus sagrados deseos se cumplan espontáneamente. También pedimos exactamente lo mismo para Lama Zopa Rinpoche, que pueda la vida de Rinpoche ser larga, firme, estable, que podamos ir muy pronto a sus enseñanzas, que puedan visitar nuestros países muy pronto también. Sultan Thangtong Chosun kulwele montudru Pahada sodu degondu sateso. Posees la ética del sabio y sostienes la doctrina del victorioso Manjusri, protegiéndola y extendiéndola. Actúas soportándolo todo con firmeza. Realizas con maestría oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Eres mi protector y el de los demás discípulos. Ruego que tengas una larga vida. Y por último dedicamos los méritos por los propósitos que han dicho las venerables, por los tuyos propios. Piensa en ellos unos momentos, por aquello por lo que quieras dedicar, rezar, pedir de corazón y ofreces tus méritos de todo corazón. Yewa di ji nyu gu da lama sangye ru gyu ne ro wa ji kyan ma ru ka de ji sa la gu pa su san chu sen cho ri po che ma ge pa nam ge gyu chi yewa nyam pa me pa jan que por los méritos de estas acciones virtuosas alcance rápidamente el estado de un Buda maestro y lleve a todos los seres sin excepción a ese estado iluminado. Que la suprema joya de la bodhicitta que no ha nacido surja y crezca y que la que ya ha nacido no disminuya, sino que aumente más. Pues muchísimas gracias a todo el mundo, gracias a las venerables por estar aquí una vez más. Y gracias, Siliana, ¿cómo estás?
Sí,
Ciao.
Lili. Hola, Siliana.
Hola, hello, sto bene, grazie.
¿Cómo está? Bene.
Bene, grazie.
Pasando calor.
Yes, molto calore. I've been to the beach for about 1 week, so you can see I have my red color.
You have color. You have color.
With your mom or
Yes,
not?
no, with my mother, because my mother need to go to holiday a little bit, so I went with her. So that was good. Was very nice, actually.
Very good.
Yeah.
Beach, the one nearby?
No. Was about maybe 100 kilometers from here, Castiglione della Pescaia, where the water was so clear, you know. Fantastic, really nice. Beautiful place.
We are waiting the video, Siliana? We are waiting the new video.
Yes. You know that I cannot get the rough transcript. I don't have the link. Can you send it to me?
I will send you. It's not just the rough, it's the definite one. I will.
Okay.
Now we have the final one. Yeah.
Okay. No, but there is also another one that is a rough transcript of the video 103.
Ale, this I didn't realize that, but you have the 102 or no, not 102?
102? No, I don't. I cannot access to these files.
Okay,
I don't know why.
I will send you anyway. Vale.
Okay. Thank you.
Vale,
okay. Ciao,
okay, thank you. Ciao. Bye.
Bye.
Nice to see all of you. Are you well? Very good?
Yes.
Good.
Okay, very good. Fantastic.
Benissimo. Ciao.
Okay. Ciao.
Bye.
Qué morenita está, qué bien. No como nosotros, que estamos tan pálidos.
Yeah. Okay, buonanotte. Ciao.
Buenas noches.
So first of all, I'd like to thank all the people at Chenrezig Institute that are supporting us already for 1 year. Today we celebrate the 52nd week of this prayerathon, this marathon, which is been a very nice, very beautiful experience in this year of the pandemic, and it helped us to have this nice meeting with everybody, and to connect to each other, which has been very good. This aspect of the pandemic has been a good one. The rest, we know, okay, it's not been so good. But anyway, thank you very much to the Chenrezig Institute people that are supporting us with great effort and perseverance. Ok, grazie a tutti quanti gli sostenitori di questa maratona di preghiera, che oramai siamo arrivati alla 52esima settimana, 52 settimane che facciamo questa maratona di preghiera. Da un lato è veramente triste che siamo ancora qua a fare questa maratona, perché avremmo avuto voglia di concludere con la guarigione di tutti quanti e non dover sentire più questi problemi. Ma però da un lato questa pandemia ci ha dato la possibilità di connetterci tutti quanti uno con l'altro e conoscersi un pochettino di più e pregare insieme, e questa è stata una cosa veramente molto bella di questo diciamo effetto collaterale che stiamo sperimentando con la pandemia. Ok, quindi ora ci possiamo mettere nella posizione corretta di meditazione, cercando di sviluppare una buona motivazione. Una motivazione soprattutto di buon cuore, che non è così facile, perché basta che uno sia un po' stanco, un pochettino con tutti quanti i suoi propri problemi, eccetera. Basta niente per dimenticarsi completamente del malessere degli altri, delle situazioni di disagio che vivono gli altri e così via. E quindi bisogna veramente cercare di impegnarsi costantemente, regolarmente, familiarizzare sempre con la mente del buon cuore, soprattutto quando vediamo che sorge nel nostro cuore un sentimento di disagio, di avversione, di nervosismo, immediatamente non lasciarsi prendere dall'onda di quel tipo di attitudine, ma cercare di fermarsi un attimo e rendersi conto di non voler essere più schiavi di quel tipo di attitudine mentale, che ovviamente è prevalente dentro di noi ed è per quello che sorge spontaneamente, e invece far sì che possa sorgere spontaneamente l'altra diventa veramente più difficile. Quindi ci mettiamo seduti in una posizione, diciamo, corretta di meditazione, particolarmente tenendo la spina dorsale dritta. Cerchiamo di sentirci comodi a nostro agio nella posizione in cui siamo. Piano piano portiamo la nostra attenzione al movimento naturale del respiro. Immaginiamo di fronte a noi il nostro guru, nell'aspetto di Sua Santità Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, o nell'aspetto di Chenrezig 1000 braccia, 4 braccia. Thangtong Gyalpo, che è una manifestazione di Chenrezig. Immaginiamo che dal loro cuore si emanano infiniti raggi di luce che vanno a toccare noi stessi e tutti quanti gli altri esseri viventi intorno a noi. Inspiriamo questa luce che riempie completamente il nostro corpo e la nostra mente, pervade completamente la nostra mente. Immaginiamo quando espiriamo, mandiamo questa luce a tutti quanti gli altri esseri viventi. Immaginiamo tutte quante le persone malate, tutte le persone che stanno sperimentando delle difficoltà. Tutti questi gli esseri che sono afflitti da tutti quanti questi sconvolgimenti a livello mondiale, con le alluvioni in India, Goa, Mumbai, in Germania, e poi tutti quanti gli esseri che muoiono a causa degli incendi che ci stanno sviluppando in America, degli incendi che si stanno sviluppando anche in Sardegna. Quanti esseri viventi muoiono, perdono, persone che perdono la casa. E questi sono gli esseri che noi possiamo come riconoscere e sentire come stanno soffrendo. Sono innumerevoli altri esseri viventi che stanno soffrendo in altri innumerevoli universi. Quindi dal profondo del cuore prendiamo rifugio, generando proprio l'intenzione di non volerci più coinvolgere con nessun tipo di attitudine mentale che ci faccia rinascere in situazioni di estremo disagio, e per poter effettivamente essere in grado di aiutare tutti quanti gli esseri viventi a liberarli da tutte le sofferenze e condurli allo stato della completa illuminazione. Quindi dal profondo del cuore prendiamo rifugio. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Ora con la visualizzazione di Chenrezig che emana infiniti raggi di luce da tutti quanti gli esseri viventi, recitiamo il mantra Om Mani Padme Hum per varie volte, riconoscendo che il mantra delle 6 sillabe praticamente purifica le impronte mentali negative della rinascita negli inferni, nel reame degli spiriti famelici, negli animali, come esseri umani, come Deva e come Antideva. E così mettiamo nel nostro continuo mentale le impronte per riuscire a realizzare le 6 paramite della moralità, della generosità, della pazienza, dell'entusiasmo, della concentrazione, della saggezza. Queste 6 sillabe sinteticamente hanno questo senso, hanno questo significato. Om rappresenta il corpo, la parola, mente degli esseri illuminati, rappresenta anche il nostro corpo, la parola, mente che potranno ottenere lo stato di illuminazione. Mani è il gioiello che Chenrezig tiene nelle mani e rappresenta la grande compassione. Padme è il fiore di loto che rappresenta la saggezza ed è il fiore che tiene in mano Chenrezig. Possa questo realizzarsi al più presto. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh money for me, 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 oh money for me. Oh money for me, 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 oh money for me. Oh money for me, 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 oh money for me. Oh money for me, 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 oh money for me. Oh money for me, 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 oh money for me. Oh money for me, 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 oh money for me. Oh money for me, 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 money for me. Oh money for me, 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 oh money for me. Oh money for me, 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 oh money. Mani Padme 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 Oh Mani Padme Mani Padme Mani Padme Mani Padme Mani Padme Mani Padme Oh Mani Padme 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 Mani Mani Padme 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 Mani Oh Mani Padme Mani Padme Mani Padme Oh Mani Padme 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 Mani Oh Mani Padme 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 Mani Oh Mani Padme 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 Oh Mani Padme 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 Oh Mani Padme 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 Ora recitiamo la preghiera effettiva di Thangtong Gyalpo, pensando proprio al significato di queste parole. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati agli spiriti gra, dalle malattie, dai bhut delle menti, non è verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che è come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separa il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Posso tutti gli esseri incarnati essere liberi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yam, il Signore della Morte. Posso tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata. Scusate. E che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione del Guru dei Tre Supremi, con il potere dei Akin, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza di infallibilità del capo e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati agli spiriti, dalle malattie, dai bhut, dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo, possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere liberi da malattie acute, croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yam, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 cause di interferenze annose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con il potere dei clini, dei protettori del danno, dei guardiani e con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti grandi, dalle malattie, dai bhuta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, come il macellario che porta un essere macellato, separa il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che prima il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere può essere totalmente pacificato e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru dei tre rari supremi, con i poteri dei tachini, dei protettori dei dhamma, dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ora ci impegniamo nelle preghiere di dedica. Possa la preziosamente e suprema bodhicitta sorge in chi non ancora generate, possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre di più. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca e causa di effetto e origini dipendenti sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per conoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Poi per i malati, ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, poi tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Ripetiamo altre 2 volte. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, poi tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, poi tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Per incontrare un guru perfetto in tutte le vite, possa io in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separata dai guru perfetti, possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e dei sentieri, possa ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. E poi dedichiamo per esaudire i desideri degli altri, posso diventare come un gelo che esaudisce tutti i desideri e come un albero che esaudisce e soddisfa tutte le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori. Soltanto nel vedermi, sentirmi o pensarmi, ricordandomi e anche toccando e parlando con me, possono tutte le sofferenze di quegli esseri venire pacificate istantaneamente e possa esserci felicità per sempre. Per tutti i meriti del passato, del presente e futuro, accumulati da me da innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti all'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io che sono completamente vuota, esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione che è completamente vuoto, esistere dalla sua parte, guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti, esistere dalla loro parte, quello stato che è completamente vuoto, esiste dalla sua parte, da solo che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Poi per la lunga vita di Sua Santità e Dalai Lama, gioiello che esaudisci i desideri, fonti di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile, Tenzin Gyatso, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica del soggiorgatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjunath, che magistralmente compie magnifiche preghiere, che onorano i tre supremi. Salvatore mio degli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. Quindi ringrazio tutte le persone che sono state qua, che hanno partecipato a questo incontro. Ora tocca International Mahayana Institute. The Chenrezig Institute is this?
Yes.
Okay, nice. Nice to meet you. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
Very well, thank you. It's very early morning there, where you are.
6 now, 6.
Oh,
6
6,
p.m.
very good. And now, and for me, it's time to go to bed instead.
Yes. Another part of the world.
Yeah. Are you okay? Everything okay there?
Everything, yes, thank you. Yeah, we are good here.
Okay.
And you?
I mean,
How is it?
yes, we are good, you know, but there is a lot of propaganda, and so it seems that there is a big contagious disease and so forth. But there's a lot of propaganda, I think.
Yeah.
You know. Anyway, as my view is that there are so many people that are suffering now that is really, really bad. And people are they have incredible fear in their heart, you know, and that is really the worst thing that we are experiencing, the fear of people, as if we die only for the virus. That is the problem. Anyway, I hope some wisdom comes in the head of the people. And so I leave you this to this session, my dear, and thank you very much for all the support that we have received so far for all this year. That has been really great, really great. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And thank you, Venerable Damcho.
And thank you to Venerable Damcho. Yes, of course. Without him, it's difficult.
Thank you very much, Venerable Ciliana. It's nice you. And now you swapped your time slot for a later one, and now you.
No, but the problem is that no. The thing is that I missed the last Saturday, and this Saturday I was on holiday with my mother, and we arrived this afternoon, so I had to take this time. But actually, I prefer to do it in the morning. In reality, morning is much better time for me. Now is really I'm just like completely exhausted.
You shall sleep well.
Anyway, you too. Thank you very much for everything. Okay, ciao, buonanotte.
Good night.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao, ciao. Hello, Venerable.
Venerable Damcho.
You must be pleased with the 6 o'clock slot because at least it's not too hot yet. See, there's
hot, but here is the winter time, so it's not hot now.
Okay, so what does that translate to in Australian terms? 25 degrees?
Now it's like 13.
Oh,
13.
It's so cold. I mean, compared to 40, it is cold. It's all relative, isn't it?
Not like winter time in Europe, but
no,
it's Australian winter.
Yeah, it's very close here today. We were expecting thunderstorms. It's meant to be raining most of the day, and it hasn't. So we have to wait and see. But yeah, we could do with a good old thunder, clear the air, and then get everything going again. But no, lovely to see you. So,
nice to see you too. And I see from your background that you are in UK, back in UK.
Yes. Finishing my isolation, hopefully at 10 o'clock tonight. I'm waiting for the test results to come through, my early release. I've been swapping every day. And this is really the thing, as Venerable Ciliana was saying, people are very worried about the fear.
Yes.
For me, what was worse than the pandemic was this, having to be available every minute of the day because you might get the call for them to check on you. You can't just relax,
Yes.
Or if somebody rings you, you have to, I have to cut you short in case they ring. And then, of course, they don't ring, or they ring just as you do something else like feed the dog. You don't get to the phone on time. So it's one of those, it's really, given 18 months of the pandemic, to me, that's a new experience, that sort of isolation, before, although we were sort of in lockdown, to me that was a different experience, because at least you knew, okay, this is what it is. You can't go out, but you can move around freely within within your boundaries. This is a sort of different thing, because you have to watch whether your phone is on, whether the battery's okay, cut people off that want to ring and talk to you, avoid, signal black spots in the house and that sort of thing. That is, it's really interesting how we suddenly really get sort of dominated by that tiny bit of tech, which is taking a big influence in our lives anyway. But to me, that was a new experience. But let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. I mean, hopefully all going well. If they don't stop the travels between now and next month. So I should be back in Nalanda in August. So yes, so hopefully the worst of the hot weather is gone there by then as well. It gives me a chance to adjust. But yeah, it was a lovely week away. I have to say, it was definitely. It was nice to be, with the brothers in the community over there, and particularly, such a wonderful occasion. So we see.
Beautiful
There
occasion.
are plenty of things I can get my teeth into when I get over there. So a couple of projects I want to get involved in, but we have to wait and see. Let's get there first. Let's make sure we are allowed to travel, and that we don't lock the entire world down. So. But yeah, as Ciliana said, so many live in fear. And when we live in fear, we forget to look at all the beautiful things that are still around. That, okay, and my life might be restricted, but I am alive, or, rejoice in somebody's birthday or a wedding. It's talking about wedding. Chrissy, if you're listening, to you and Leon, happy wedding anniversary. Sorry about that. But yeah, sort of, despite all this, there's certain aspects of life that still go on. And we can't just all live purely with the head in the sand and feel really depressed about it. That doesn't do us any good. We need to find that little bit of sunshine, the light, the hope that keeps us going, as I keep saying, every cloud has a silver lining. Okay, if it's very dark and cloudy, it's like polishing brass, isn't it? You get, in order to get the grime off, you sometimes really have to rub in, and then when you rub that polished stuff in, it really comes out all black and grimy and green, and then it looks worse than it is. And then when you wipe it all away, everything is wonderful afterwards. And I think if we try and be a little bit philosophical, these are extraordinary times. And yes, individually we do have our own experience, but also knowing that others, around us go through the same, experience, maybe on different levels with different levels of suffering. Some are worse off than us, and some are slightly better off than us. But irrespective of whether we're rich, poor, white, black, Asian, there's so much. That has also, this is why I rejoice in prayerathon, because so much has come together. The community has come together. There's so much effort going in to make a difference to those who listen to us when we do these prayerathons week in and week out. And it's just wonderful to see the little footnotes, and you see them more, because I see them when I switch on. But you have YouTube on all the time and everything. You see the little footnotes all the time coming in. And there's some wonderful, wonderful feedback, and that really, it's nice to see. For everyone who puts a note up, there are many others who don't, and we shouldn't forget that. So thank you to everyone, to everyone, particularly the media team, for keeping us alive, to get our faces out there, to get our prayers out there, and for allowing everyone to connect with us through the media as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Manabodam.
And thank you for taking my slot last week. You took one for me last week, didn't you? God, I was so knackered, I tell you. With the heat in France, it was really, oh, thank goodness. No, that was quite nice. I was shattered. But no, thank you very much indeed. So we got 9:10. I better make a move before people wonder what this is. We still have prayerathon, 52nd week. Next week is the 1-year anniversary. Big task, long time. But we've been here, we've gone through it, and we come through it together, and we come through it as a community. And as I said, so some of the newsletters as well, I might have mentioned on some of the screenings. we shed laughter, we shed tears. We shared our hopes. When vaccines came out, and we see the flare-ups now around the world again with different variants. And some politicians are better at managing the issue than others, and some countries are better than others. And again, we could focus on all that, or we can focus on what we can do as individuals to make our contribution to monitor, the spread. If we have to wear a mask, wear a mask. Think about it. What's the big deal? I know that for some people that's very sort of controversial to mention the word mask or vaccine, but it might be your right to say no, but it's also for somebody else's right to stay healthy. So unless you're happy to accept also the consequences, how other people may be affected by the actions that you take to insist on your rights, it doesn't mean you should trample on the ones that others have to protect themselves in whatever way they can. And if that means they don't want you in their shops because you refuse to wear a mask or because you're behaving in a way that endangers them and others, then don't take that as an offense. Just accept it that as much as you have a right not to wear a mask, not to be vaccinated, others have a right to say, fine, but this is my environment and I control who gets into that. And that is because they have also people to look after. So anyway, I think what we do, before I get carried away talking on political things, because I was got a little note from Ginny earlier today in the last session. We were talking about case of isolation, self-isolation in the UK. Apparently 600,000 people are self-isolating right now. That's quite a big number if you think about it. That's a decent sized town or city, so okay. So if we just bring the mind back to a nice quiet place, take a few deep breaths. And if we reflect on our motivation, and we use the 3 levels of motivation, so which is good if you're starting out in the day, like Vanama Kampf now at Chenrezig Institute. It's a nice way to think about how you want to set out the day. Or if like Venerable Celiana or myself, on the other end of the day, we're about to get ready. Well, she's probably already, retired. If we're thinking about closing for the day, it's a nice time to reflect on how did we set out, how did we achieve all these goals. Or if you're sort of halfway through the day, it's also a nice way of checking where are you with those 3 levels of motivation. Today, as much as possible, I will harm no living beings with the actions of my body, speech, and mind. So that's already the startup for the day. If you're halfway through, are you keeping with that one? If you made some mistakes along the way, fine, reset, just monitor. If you're at the end of the day, what did you do? How did you do today compared to yesterday? How was the second half of the day? Did you improve? Today, as much as possible, I will seek to benefit others in whatever way I can. Again, how can we help other beings? It doesn't always have to be through financial means. Just looking out for your neighbors, giving somebody a smile, the homeless person, acknowledging them. Simple gestures sometimes mean so much more than an empty financial, gift. So think about it. How did we do? Today, as much as possible, I will generate bodhicitta. May all the actions of my body, speech, and mind be imbued with this profound motivation. So how do I do with my bodhicitta and compassion? Am I prepared to really embrace every single being? Or did I sort of fall back and go, forgive this one something after I don't like person B. So bodhicitta and compassion, embracing all beings, not discriminating, treat them fairly. So if you visualize in the space in front of us, our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig, visualize how light emanates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions. If you had the initiation, by the way, feel free to self-generate. If not, keep visualizing the Guru in the space in front or above the crown of your head. If you're joining us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with compassion. And if you want to join but not engage with deities, just visualize a clear light that's filled with love and compassion for all sentient beings. So visualize how the light emanates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, and each light beam finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings across the 6 realms. Whether they're near to us or the furthest corners of the universe, each light beam finds one of those beings. Light enters their bodies through the crown of their heads, filling them with love and compassion and purifying nectar. Purifying away all negative karma and delusion of past lifetimes. Cleansing their bodies and ours, atom by atom, and the space between those atoms. Removing all the karmic dirt and grime. And as more and more purification is taking place, we can feel the benefit of rejuvenation, the refreshing of our minds, our bodies, the lifting of burden, the removal of pain and suffering. We look at all other sentient beings, and when we look at them, we can see they're experiencing the same. And all sentient beings like us wish to be happy and free from suffering. We recognize that through the actions of body, speech, and mind that we have created so much pain and suffering, not just for ourselves, but for others. We ask all Mother Sentient Beings for forgiveness for the actions that we have carried out in past lifetimes that caused harm to them. And having trust in the Guru, we now invite all Mother Sentient Beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru, so that all sentient beings may be liberated and freed from samsaric existence. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and the keys. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and the keys. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having taken refuge in the Guru is pleased. The Guru smiles. As the Guru smiles, more and more of the purifying nectar intensifies and cleanses away more and more of the negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes, filling us more and more with that pure light. And as more and more of us is being cleaned, we begin to glow atom by atom and space between those atoms, revealing more and more of our true nature, our true Buddha nature. And we begin to exchange light back to the Guru. We exchange back and forth, and ultimately we begin also to exchange ourselves with all Mother Sentient beings. We're becoming one with the Guru, we become one with all beings. And again, remember that it's through the actions of body, speech, and mind that we have experienced suffering. And Om represents that aspect of body, speech, and mind, our flawed aspect of body, speech, and mind. But Om also represents the holy aspect of the Guru, of body, speech, and mind. In order to transform into the holy aspect, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Partner, and combine those in Om. So beside the Mani mantra, keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with the Guru and all other sentient beings. How you're being cleansed more and more, how you begin to shine brighter and brighter. And collectively, we become one light, dispelling the darkness of samsara, shining bright for those who are still lost in the darkness so that they may find a way out. And we also act like a searchlight. We are actively seeking out those who are still in the dark. We recite for about 5-10 minutes. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Having acknowledged our faults of past lifetimes through the actions of body, speech, and mind, and the harm that we have caused to other sentient beings, having asked for forgiveness from those sentient beings, having taken refuge in the Guru and recited many mantras while exchanging ourselves with the Guru and all other sentient beings, may we visualize ourselves now as pure, and holding on to that pure state for as long as we possibly can, for at least the duration of these prayers, if not longer, depending on your skill set. May we now, for the benefit of all mother sentient beings, call upon the great Mother Tara to join us, to remove any obstacles that may arise throughout this practice and these prayers, to remove any obstacles in the recovery of the sick, to remove any obstacles for those who have entered the bardo and may otherwise have obstacles for favorable rebirth. May all these obstacles be removed. May we also ask Great Mother Tara to remove all obstacles for those who have suffered hardships, so that those who are experiences those hardships, that they may be given whatever resources are required to re-establish themselves to a happy state, healthy state, so that they may be able to take care of themselves, their friends, family, and their communities, and ultimately for all sentient beings. The mantra Tara Tutara is the mantra of our Great Mother. If you visualize the Mother Tara Emerald Queen in the space in front of us, light radiating from her body in all 10 directions. Om again represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of Tara this time. Tara liberates us from samsara. Tutara liberates us from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. And Tura liberates us from disease and illnesses, both mental and physical. And all these can be experienced through the pandemic. If we don't suffer directly from the virus, surely the circumstances may have affected our mind in many, many ways. How we experience it, how we suffer with isolation, and the pressures that come with job insecurities, etc., etc. So may the Great Mother Tara remove all these obstacles and all sources of suffering. So we do one full mala, 108. Solens advises that we should recite at least 1,000 mantras of Tara each day. So if you're following the guidance, please feel free to add these to your daily count. Om Dare Dudare Dure Soha, Om Dare Dudare Dure Soha, Dare Dudare Dure Soha, Om Dare Dudare Dure Soha, Om Dare Dudare Dure Soha, Om Dare Dudare. Taritutariturusuha, 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 taritutariturusuha. Visualize how all obstructions and obstructions have been removed. And now, before we recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, maybe also invite the guardians. For the Vajrayana, we invite Vajrapani, and we also invite Black Manjushri. So for the Vajrayana, we visualize in this place in front of us a ferocious looking dark blue Vajrapani, with his feet stretched out, heels of Vajra on the right hand, a snake lasso on the left. His body is placed with transcendental wisdom fire. And from his body are admitted fire garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, noxious vapors of poisonous gases, all of which like violent winds and hailstorms, destroy all diseases, epidemics, spread harms and interferers. And again, we have to remind ourselves that although it says interferers, we do not aim for the destruction of a being, but we intend to destroy the motivation, the seed of the motivation that makes the being act a certain way, which causes harm to others and therefore to that being. But destroying the negative motivation and replacing it with a positive one, the being therefore may be able to transform his actions into those of benefit, and through that escape the samsaric existence, the cycles that is caught up in. We recite the mantra 7 times. Om Vajaped, Om Padmasvariped, Nivashendaganai Tata, Saureta Hanana Vajna Raksha Vakshasua. Om Vajaped, Om Padmasvariped, Nivashendaganai Tata, Saureta Hanana Vajna Raksha Vakshasua. Om Vajaped, Om Padmasvariped, Nivashendaganai Tata, Saureta Hanana Vajna Raksha Vakshasua. Om Vajaped, Om Padmasvariped, Nivashendaganai Tata, Saureta Hanana Vajna Raksha Vakshasua. Om Vajaped, Om Padmasvariped, Nivashendaganai Tata, Saureta Hanana Vajna Raksha Vakshasua. Om Vajaped, Om Padmasvariped, Nivashendaganai Tata, Saureta Hanana Vajna Raksha Vakshasua. Om Vajaped, Om Padmasvariped, Nivashendaganai Tata, Saureta Hanana Vajna Raksha Vakshasua. Om Vajaped, Om Padmasvariped, Nivashendaganai Tata, Saureta Hanana Vajna Raksha Vakshasua. So it's Vajrayana. Now we recite the mantra of Black Manjushri. We visualize Black Manjushri in the space in front of us with a wrathful face and 3 eyes. He is adorned with precious gold ornaments. And he stands in the mass of fire. And flames of light emanate from his heart, pervading inside and outside the body of all sentient beings, including ourselves. We mustn't forget that he holds a scripture in the left and a sword in the right. Scripture, in this case, often seen as wisdom or healing. And then, the sword, if you think about it from a, cutting through the ignorance, or excising, if you think about medicinal, balance that he brings, excising all sickness. So the light that pervades incense outside of our bodies purifies all negative karma, obstruction, sickness, spirits, again, like previous dangers, and burns away all black magic, curses, and so forth. And again, we recite 7 times. Om tam chu chu su du tu su du mi su ningu la chikala jakam shantam pepe su ha. Om tam chu chu su du tu su du mi su ningu la chikala jakam shantam pepe su ha. Om tam chu chu su du tu su du mi su ningu la chikala jakam shantam pepe su ha. Chu su du tu su du mi su ningu la chikala jakam shantam pepe su ha. Om tam chu chu su du tu su du mi su ningu la chikala jakam shantam pepe su ha. Om tam chu chu su du tu su du mi su ningu la chikala jakam shantam pepe su ha. Om tam chu chu su du tu su du mi su ningu la chikala jakam shantam pepe su. Having fully prepared ourselves, having purified ourselves, removed all obstacles, put on the Vajrayana with Vajrapani, and also having the wisdom and medical aid through Dakman Jushri. Maybe now recite the main prayer for the benefit of other sentient beings. Let's have a quick look what we've got. So we do 3 recitations this time. Yeah, 3 will do. And no, let's do 6. Let's do 6. We have the time. 6 recitations of the main prayer. We're taking our time. Why 6? Let's recite for each of the realms where the sentient beings are. Though we're focusing initially on the pandemic and the suffering that has occurred through the pandemic. Suffering is not exclusive to this pandemic, and as Venerable Celiana was saying during the handover, we're now at a point where we think that the only risk to our health is the pandemic. Yet we can still become ill with other things and die from other causes. And also it's not just about physical hygiene and in many ways like that. It's also about our spiritual hygiene. So we should really practice on the wider scale. And so we have the time, and we also we set out all sentient beings my mother's infinite life space. So if we just focus on the human realm, what happened to the other 5 realms? So we can include those. And if you haven't got much time, then you do 1 recitation and think about all sentient beings, not just the one in our realm, but all of them across the realms. If you have a bit more time, if you can do 3, if you think about across the 6 realms, but the suffering of the suffering of speech, the suffering of mind, as we said at the beginning, Oma, isn't it? The body, speech, and mind aspect that we need to transform. And if you have more time, you can do the 6 realms. And maybe if you have not too much time, then do 1 for each realm. Or if you have more, 3 recitations per realm. It's up to you. Just thing is to make it count. Make each recitation count. And if you haven't got much time, then that's fine. It's better to do 1 sincere than many just rushed through for the sake of rushing through and not reciting thoroughly with the intention and the detail and the focus that's required. So if we do the lower realms, so the first 3 are for the lower realms. For the hell, it's the hell realm, the realm of the hungry ghosts, and the animal realms. Again, we must remember that these realms are manifestations of our mind in many ways. May all the disease that's in the minds of sending beings that result from karma and tempering conditions such as harms of glass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas that occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means that occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The Messiah of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits and suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have raids and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Akinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So if you really think about some of the verses that we have been reciting, we're talking about the spirit. So we have various, the spirit realm, the animal realm, animal being, being really used to be slaughtered, or used for whatever purposes. Do we also, when we think about the spirits, that we really also need to show compassion to, even those that may harm us, because it's just the program. So we want to extend to that. And if you also think about the last one, by the power of the Dakini, so by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels who have taken the refuge, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, so we invited Tara and the guardians. And by acknowledging by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. So depending how we act, we can be reborn across any of those 6 realms. That then will be our karma. And then we get trapped in certain cycles, then we also have to think about how we get out of that. And that's why we also have to show the compassion to all those beings that are within those realms. Because it could be us. We're very fortunate to be in this realm, the human realm, where we have the choice. We just have enough suffering to focus our intention of trying to escape some psychic system, some psychic existence. We're not too absorbed in just sort of plotting on, just chumming away, just trying to find just food or living in too much luxury that we don't care anymore. So that was recitation 1. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of raids and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So one more recitation for the lower realms. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of raids and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Akinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So just count the 3 lower realms. hell realm, hungry ghosts, and the animal realms. So the next 3 recitations are for the upper realms, the one of man, or human, the demigods, and the gods. So if you also think, where it says here, whatever sufferings there due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body, mind of every habit, must be totally pacified. If you think about how we as humans live in an excessive lifestyle, with the way we consume in this world, the desire realm, and how that really has affected our environment. If you think about the global changes, the climate changes, we have fires raging in some places, and then we have floods, like in Belgium and Germany just the other day, or in China where the subway got flooded, and we got the bushfires in Australia, next year again, and all this, the changes in the weather, the storms, the heat waves, then so all this that's going on. So Thangtong Gyalpo's prayer is very, very poignant in these times. So we should take that into account. Again, when we recite these prayers, what do we actually recite? And given that prayer is a few centuries old, it still has, if not so, more today than it had even at its time. Quite a powerful focal message. And we should trust the power of the prayer. May all the diseases that sad in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the hounds of grass, pits, humans, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the midst, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sounds of whose names stand for beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 of spirits and uncertainty, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma practice and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that say in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the hounds of grass, pits, humans, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names stand for beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 of spirits and uncertainty, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So one more time, maybe from the bottom of your heart, with the grace of compassion for all other sentient beings, may all root causes of suffering be destroyed. May all the seeds be destroyed while the seeds, so we stop them from germinating. And so may all those who are sick be restored to good health. May all those who've passed beyond be reborn in favourable conditions. And may those who suffered hardships by other means, either as part of the pandemic or other sources of suffering, be given whatever resources are required to establish themselves again in a happy state that is free from suffering, long life, and good health. May all the disease that's set in the minds of sentient beings and result from karma, tempering conditions such as harms of grasping sinners and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names stand for beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 of spirits at uncertainty, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have raids and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians. By the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay. Where are we? Okay. We make our dedications. May we dedicate to the benefit of all mother sentient beings. May all mother sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes. May we be the cause for them to be free from suffering. And may we also be the cause for them to achieve enlightenment in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the precious Sangha, not just our own tradition, but all traditions, for keeping the flame of Dharma alive and helping the preservation of the teachings by engaging in studies, giving teachings themselves, carrying out translations in many different languages so that the Dharma may be accessible. May our precious community never be separated from the path. Precious teachers, may they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible in this and all future lifetimes. May they have long and healthy lives. And may I always share our past with them. And we dedicate to the precious lay community who generously has given a lot of their time, expertise, and finances to support Dharma centers and events to ensure that they can run and flourish, and for charitable projects to be realized. That's the word. Charitable projects can be realized so that many sentient beings may benefit. May the precious lay community live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the Sangha and precious teachers and the Dharma. May they live long and healthy lives in this and all future lifetimes, and may they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to our precious Gurus, who, if they haven't done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. And through this great kindness of showing us the way and guiding us through different practices to ensure our understanding and to be of benefit to other sentient beings. May our precious Gurus never be far from us in this and all future lifetimes. And may we benefit from their guidance wherever we meet them. May I particularly dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. May all His holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we always benefit from His presence in this and all future lifetimes. May we always be able to partake and implement His teachings and holy wishes. May we dedicate to Lama Zopa Rinpoche for his great vision of tasking us with always the relevant practices, in particular prayerathon right now, so that we may benefit all other sentient beings, Prayerathon has now been going for 52 weekends. And in that time, we not only have connected as a community, but also wider with, as a community of Sangha, but also wider as a global community, having connected with many individuals like yourselves through the medium of YouTube, online, and Zoom. And by doing so, Lama Zopa has tasked us to fully engage with practices that benefit mother sentient beings. May Lama Zopa live a long and healthy life. May we never be separated from his wisdom and guidance in this and our future lifetimes. Due to all the merits of these virtuous actions, may quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of Bodhicitta that has not arisen rise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side. By myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So we just have enough time to do the long life prayers for His Holiness in Lama Zopa. His Holiness first. Gangri rawe kawe jinga de pendang dewa malu jungwe ne Chenrezig Institute Gyalpo yi shape site vadu tengyu chi. Lama Zopa. Tübtül çengçin yem gün gelve tenzin gün pelve kun zodok po tse çok son kıvelek gün türü padak sok dürce gün duşapte şok. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much, everyone who joined us throughout the last 52 weeks of Prayerathon throughout the day. And if you're staying on, we still have a few wonderful leads to come before we end this week's Prayerathon. We have Venerable Lundrup Tendron coming up, Losang Trinley. After that, Sangha Kadro and Venerable Angie Muir. So I hope you stay on and support those wonderful leads who give them the time freely. It's been such a wonderful joy, and you also see in the picture Venerable Kumpan from Chenrezig Institute, one of the wonderful media team who keep us out there, always smiling. You know, no matter what time of the day, 24 hours, week in, week out, even when they have their own streaming to do and teachings. Chenrezig Institute has been wonderful hosts for the past 52 weekends, and I'm sure we will enjoy many, many more weeks ahead and months. Not that we wish to do that because of the pandemic, but it's from a community point of view, it has been a wonderful blessing to see so many come together, pull together for the benefit of so many sentient beings through these difficult times. And from the feedback that we're getting from you online and through emails, thank you very much. We seem to be reaching out and making somewhat of a difference, even if we just, give you that little light of hope, to keep you going So thank you very much to everyone out there. And Venerable
you very much.
Tendron, thank you very
Venerable
much. Hello. Thank you. Venerable Tendron, lovely to see you.
Lovely to see you.
See, everybody's smiling again this evening. Isn't this great? It's late here, but well, late is coming up 10 o'clock. But it's so nice, you know, when you just sort of finish the day with so many smiley faces. That's just wonderful. Thank you very much.
It's always lovely to get sort of a virtual hug by the FPMT family. I always feel happy when I'm joining, some activity with other monks and nuns from the IMI and just friends from the,
But I think you said something really, really poignant right now, the virtual hug. What is it when we're really, lost? What do we need? We need the hug. And it's actually an interesting thing when we think about light and darkness, when we're really feeling down and we're feeling in the dumps, we're feeling really, there's no light of hope and no light at the end of the tunnel. But anybody who goes diving, who's done night diving, the one thing they teach you, if you really get panicky in the dark, the thing to do is give yourself a hug. The body doesn't differentiate. So you feel, and what do we do when we cower? We do this automatically. So, but that's such a wonderful thing you actually mentioned that. It's funny how that sort of triggered that memory of, when you're night diving, give yourself a hug if you worry, because it can really feel eerie until you see the torch of your dive buddy somewhere.
I'm not brave enough for that, so.
So never mind. And then the light comes on, the jaw is what looking at you. No, but no, it was interesting how that triggered that. But yeah, it's true, the virtual hug. And I think for many that has become, prayerathon, be it the community or it's being the extended community with people watching us. And again, that is something, as you said, you're happy to have that. And we could argue, how can we be happy in these difficult times? Being in difficult times doesn't mean you have to give up hope of happiness or giving up the right to have a moment that you can go like, oh, what a relief, just to have that moment that keeps you going, that recharges the battery to let you carry on. Nicely done, Venerable Sister. See, now I can go to sleep with a happy mind. I better hand over to you before I eat too much into your time.
Well, I have a whole hour, so you can't really do that. So that'll be fun.
No, but it was lovely that you answered the call, because originally we had this. There was quite a gap in, and then
I know it's late.
Less.
So.
No, well, if needed be, I would have. But it's nice. It's always nice, and that's again is something with prayerathon. More often than not, it always comes together. If you have to bridge a gap, you have to bridge a gap. But it's not because people don't want to, but there's so much other Dharma responsibility, So I'm always grateful. So thank you very much. And particularly when everybody turns up with a big smile on their face, cheering.
Thank you, Venerable Tendron.
Bringing the light. Thank you. I'll let you crack on. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Sleep well. See you all next week.
Yes.
See you next week.
Bye-bye. Okay, I did want to mention that I was reading about some research that was done. How they were doing research on the long-term meditators, and they found that those who had thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of meditation on loving kindness, compassion, that when they see their own face in the mirror, that triggers a certain part of the brain, right? When they see anybody else, it's the same part of the brain that lights up. And that's not true for most people. Most of us see someone else's face as other, So it's really this wonderful thing that we're training our brain to see no separation. So
that's beautiful. Yeah.
Isn't that wonderful? So we have the science is finally catching up. So anyway, I'll get started. So thank you very much for your support.
Thank you, Venerable Tendron.
Okay, so for those of you out in cyberspace, thank you. We can take a moment to really think about that we're surrounded by all sentient beings. We're on a
globe. So we're literally the center of every sentient being on this planet. Each of us, every single sentient being is at the center of all sentient beings. And we're all interconnected, interdependent. And we come together to do these prayers on behalf of all sentient beings, wherever they are. Those who've recently passed away and who are in the bardo. In particular, for all the beings who have gotten sick from this coronavirus, who have died, their loved ones who've experienced this loss, all those who've had fear. We want to really feel like, their presence with us. And all our loved ones are close by. So we visualize our mother of this life on our left, our father of this life on our right, all their loved ones, our siblings, our partner, our children, close behind us, sitting here with us, all their loved ones, our friends, our Dharma community, all their loved ones, and all the people of our lives. Imagine all the strangers who participated in the making of everything that you use, the clothes you wear, the food you eat. Every item of use involved many sentient beings, most of whom are complete strangers in this life. And we are totally interdependent, interconnected, dependent on all these beings for survival. And knowing that those who identify as strangers of this life were not strangers in the past and will not be strangers in the future. And as the Buddha's teachings say, we've been around since beginningless time. So all these beings have been our best friends, our mothers, our fathers, our siblings, our partners, our children, completely interconnected. So try to generate a feeling of family, of community, a warm-hearted feeling towards all these sentient beings. Really wishing them happiness, freedom from suffering. Now imagine in the space in front of us, a golden throne supported by 8 great lions. On top of which is a seat for variegated lotus, moon, and sun mandalas. On top of this sits the essence of our own root gurus in the aspect of the conqueror Shakyamuni Buddha. The color of his holy body is the purest gold. He has a Upanisha on the top of his head. He has 1 face and 2 arms. His right hand is in the mudra of controlling the earth, and his left is in the mudra of concentration, holding an alms bowl full of nectar. He wears the saffron robes of a monk, His holy body is in the nature of transparent light. And he sits in the Vajra posture in the center of an aura of light rays. Surrounding him with the direct and indirect gurus, yidams, buddhas, bodhisattvas, heroes, dakinis, and host of Dharma protectors and guardians. In front of each of these holy beings, on a faultless throne, sits the Dharma text, having the nature of light. Feel very strongly that you are in the presence of your teachers, of all enlightened beings, bodhisattvas, who understand and accept us just as we are, and who strongly wishes to help us to reach the state beyond sorrow. At this time, we have a perfect human rebirth. We've met the teachings. We have a teacher who advises us on what practices might benefit. We have the leisure time to work on our minds, cultivate our hearts, to spend time engaging in the activities of the enlightened ones. We're always ready to help us. So we turn to them to help protect us from these sufferings. They show us the way to create the causes of happiness, to stop the causes of suffering. They teach us that we don't do this for ourselves alone, that our happiness arises through cherishing others, and the best way to repay the kindness of all sentient beings is to achieve enlightenment, so we too can lead them to that state. So we're reciting the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the request of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Recite the motivation 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Our Buddha potential. So now visualize that the refuge field dissolves into light, absorbs up into Guru Shakyamuni Buddha. The throne also dissolves into light and absorbs up into the lotus, moon, and sun, or lotus, sun, and moon seats. The Buddha seated on these comes above the crown of our heads, above the crown of every single sentient being around us. Infinite little lights of Shakyamuni Buddhas. Shakyamuni Buddha also dissolves into light. This golden light pours down into us, blessing our body, speech, and mind with his holy body, speech, and mind, purifying all the causes of suffering and filling us with all the causes of happiness. In his place in the space in front, thousand-armed Chenrezig arises. Chenrezig is the embodiment of all the infinite Buddha's compassionate wisdom. He stands on a lotus and moon seat. His body is in the nature of white light, youthful and decorated with magnificent jewels. So as we recite the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, we can visualize rays of light emanating from Chenrezig's heart, reaching all sentient beings, entering them through the crown of their heads and freeing all sentient beings from all the causes of suffering, filling us up with all the causes of happiness, delivering us everything we need in this moment for all temporary and ultimate happiness. So take a moment to strengthen your visualization of all these suffering mother sentient beings surrounding you. Particularly those suffering from this pandemic. But there's so many sentient beings, all the animals and insects and fish and beings of the sea, beings of the forest, beings of the sky, who've been harmed by the wildfires, the heat, the floods, red tide in Florida, the melting of the glaciers, all the sentient beings suffering from famine, human beings suffering from the floods and the heat, and of course this virus. So hold anyone that you're particularly, that you're particularly concerned with near to your heart, visualizing these rays of light coming from Chenrezig's heart. So we'll recite this mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, for 5 minutes. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So now feel, rejoice. Really try to, feel the presence of Chenrezig in all of our hearts, this purifying light, blessing our body, speech, and mind. Rejoice in our efforts to benefit all the suffering sentient beings during this time of the coronavirus. We're dedicating it to the end of this kind of suffering for all sentient beings. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So those of you, if you're leaving now, please dedicate to the long, healthy, happy lives of our teachers. Please bless us that the lives of the glorious gurus be long, that all beings equally in the extent of space be happy, that I and others without exception collect merits and purify obscurations, and that we quickly achieve Buddhahood. So since this has been a year, I thought on behalf of all the sentient beings who have passed away, it's over 4 million now, and they think that's an underestimate, that it's actually quite a bit more than that. And then all the beings, of course, who've died from the elements, from old age, from all the various ways that we experience these sufferings of aging, illness, and death and samsara. We can recite the King of Prayers. So let me pull that up. So really think of all the sentient beings that that have struggled with this pandemic. Anyone you may have known that has passed away or been sick, particularly those who are in the bardo right now, praying for their perfect rebirth. For all those who participated in the recitations of these prayers, and the FPMT family and friends. And the media team. What is it? I have their names. If I can open my phone. Well, I thought I had them. So the media team at Chenrezig Institute, thank you. And we want to dedicate, for the benefit of all the sentient beings, particularly those who don't have the freedom and leisures to be able to do such practices as these, who have not met the teachings, who have no free time, or who are sick and ill, are very busy helping others. So we want to think of them all with a warm-hearted, full heart, wishing them only happiness and freedom from suffering. We'll recite on their behalf the King of Prayers, the extraordinary aspiration of the practice Samantabhadra. I bow down to the youthful Arya Manjushri, you lions among humans, gone to freedom in the present, past, and future, in the worlds of 10 directions, to all of you with body, speech, and sincere mind, I bow down. with the energy of aspiration for the Bodhisattva way, with a sense of deep respect, and with as many bodies as atoms of the world, to all you Buddhas visualized as real, I bow down. On every atom are Buddhas numberless as atoms, each amidst a host of bodhisattvas, and I am confident that the sphere of all phenomena is entirely filled with Buddhas in this way. With infinite oceans of praise for you and oceans of sound from the aspects of my voice, I sing the breathtaking excellence of Buddhas and celebrate all of you gone to bliss. Beautiful flowers and regal garlands, sweet music, scented oils and parasols, sparkling lights and sublime incense, I offer to you, victorious ones. Fine dress and fragrant perfumes, sandalwood powder heaped high as Mount Meru, all wondrous offerings in spectacular array, I offer to you, victorious ones. With transcendent offerings peerless and vast, with profound admiration for all the Buddhas, with strength of conviction in the Bodhisattva way, I offer and bow down to all victorious ones. Every harmful action I have done, my body, speech, and mind, overwhelmed by attachment, anger, and confusion, all these I openly lay bare before you. I lift up my heart and rejoice in all positive potential of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in 10 directions, of solitary realizers, hearers still training, and those beyond, and of all ordinary beings. You who are the bright lights of worlds in 10 directions, who have attained to Buddha's omniscience through the stages of awakening. All you who are my guides, please turn the supreme wheel of Dharma. With palms together, I earnestly request, you who may actualize parinirvana, please stay with us for eons numberless as atoms of the world, for the happiness and well-being of all wanderers in samsara. Whatever slight positive potential I may have created by paying homage, offering, and acknowledging my faults, rejoicing and requesting that the Buddhas stay and teach, I now dedicate all of this for full awakening. May you Buddhas now living in the world of 10 directions and all yous gone to freedom in the past, accept my offerings. May those not yet arisen quickly perfect their minds, awakening as fully enlightened ones. May all worlds in 10 directions be entirely pure and vast. May they be filled with bodhisattvas, surrounding Buddhas gathered beneath a Bodhi tree. May as many beings as exist in 10 directions be always well and happy. May all samsaric beings live in accord with the Dharma, and may their every Dharma wish be fulfilled. Remembering my past lives and all varieties of existence, may I practice the Bodhisattva way, and thus in each cycle of death, migration, and birth, may I always abandon the householder's life. Then following in the footsteps of all the Buddhas and perfecting the practice of a Bodhisattva, may I always act without error or compromise, with ethical discipline, faultless and pure. May I teach the Dharma in the language of gods, in every language of spirits and nagas, of humans and of demons, and in the voice of every form of being. May I be gentle-minded, cultivating the 6 paramitas, and never forget bodhicitta. May I completely cleanse without omission every negativity and all that obscures this awakening mind. May I traverse all my lives in the world, free of karma, afflictions, and interfering forces, just as the lotus blossom is undisturbed by the water's wave, just as the sun and moon move unhindered through the sky. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I practice constantly for eons to come, perfecting the activities of awakening, acting in harmony with the various dispositions of beings, showing the ways of a bodhisattva. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mine, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and excellently teaches the Bodhisattva way. May I always directly see the Buddhas, masters encircled by bodhisattvas, and without pause or discouragement for eons to come, may I make extensive offerings to them. May I hold within me the Buddha's genuine Dharma, illuminate everywhere the teachings that awaken, embody the realizations of a bodhisattva, and practice ardently in all future eons. While circling through all states of existence, may I become an endless treasure of good qualities, skillful means, wisdom, samadhi, and liberating stabilizations, gathering limitless pristine wisdom and positive potential. On one atom I shall see Buddha fields numberless as atoms, inconceivable Buddhas among bodhisattvas in every field, practicing the activities of awakening. Perceiving this in all directions, I dive into an ocean of Buddha fields, each an ocean of 3 times Buddhas in the space of a wisp of hair. So I too will practice for an ocean of eons. Thus, I am continually immersed in the speech of the Buddhas, expression that reveals an ocean of qualities in one word, the completely pure eloquence of all the Buddhas, communication suited to the varied tendencies of beings. With strength of understanding, I plunge into the infinite enlightened speech of the Dharma, of all Buddhas and 3 times gone to freedom, who continually turn the wheel of Dharma methods. I shall experience in one moment such vast activity of all future eons, and I will enter into all eons of the 3 directions in but a fraction of a second. In one instant, I shall see all those awakened beings, past, present, and future lions among humans. And with the power of the illusion-like stabilization, I will constantly engage in their inconceivable activity. I shall manifest upon one single atom the array of pure lands, present, past, and future. Likewise, I shall enter the array of pure Buddha fields in every direction without exception. I shall enter the very presence of all my guides, those lights of this world who are yet to appear, those sequentially turning the wheels of complete awakening, those who reveal nirvana, final perfect peace. May I achieve the power of swift magical emanation, the power to lead to the great vehicle through every approach, the power of always beneficial activity, the power of love pervading all realms, the power of all surpassing positive potential, the power of supreme knowledge unobstructed by discrimination, and through the powers of wisdom, skillful means, and samadhi, may I achieve the perfect power of awakening, purifying the power of all contaminated actions, crushing the power of disturbing emotions at their root, diffusing the power of interfering forces. I shall perfect the power of the bodhisattva practice. May I purify an ocean of worlds. May I free an ocean of beings. May I clearly see an ocean of Dharma. May I realize an ocean of pristine wisdom. May I purify an ocean of activities. May I fulfill an ocean of aspirations. May I make offerings to an ocean of Buddhas. May I practice without discouragement for an ocean of eons. To awaken fully through this bodhisattva way, I shall fulfill without exception all the diverse aspirations of the awakening practice of all Buddhas gone to freedom in the 3 times everywhere, in order to practice exactly as the wise one called Samantabhadra, all-embracing good. The elder brother of the sons and daughters of the Buddhas, I completely dedicate all this goodness. Likewise, may I dedicate just as the skillful Samantabhadra with pure body, speech, and mind, pure actions, and pure Buddha fields. I shall give rise to the aspirations of Manjushri for this bodhisattva practice of all embracing good, to perfect these practices without discouragement or pause in all future eons. May my pure activities be endless, my good qualities boundless, and through abiding in immeasurable activity, may I actualize infinite emanations. Limitless is the end of space, likewise limitless are living beings. Thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. One may offer to the Buddhas all wealth and adornments of infinite worlds in 10 directions. And one may offer during eons numberless as atoms of the world, even the greatest happiness of gods and humans. But whoever hears this extraordinary aspiration and longing for highest awakening gives rise to faith just once, creates far more precious positive potential. Those who make this heartfelt aspiration for the Bodhisattva way will be free of all lower rebirths, free of harmful companions, and will quickly see Amitabha infinite light. And even in this very human life, they will be nourished by happiness and have all conducive circumstances without waiting long. They will become like Samantabhadra himself. Those who give voice to this extraordinary aspiration, who will quickly and completely purify the 5 boundless harmful actions created under the power of ignorance, blessed with supreme knowledge, excellent body, family, attributes, and appearance, they will be invincible to vast interfering forces and misleading teachers, and all the 3 worlds will make offerings. Going quickly to the noble Bodhi tree and sitting there to benefit sentient beings, subduing all interfering forces, they will fully awaken and turn the great wheel of Dharma. Have no doubt the complete awakening is the fully ripened result, comprehended only by a Buddha of holding in mind by teaching, reading, or reciting this aspiration of the Bodhisattva practice. In order to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality as it is, and just like Samantabhadra as well, I completely dedicate all this goodness just as they did. With that dedication, which is praised as greatest by all the Buddhas gone to freedom in the 3 times, I too dedicate all my roots of goodness for the attainments of the Bodhisattva practice. When the moment of my death arrives, by eliminating all obscurations and directly perceiving Amitabha, may I go immediately to Sukhavati, pure land of great joy. Having gone to Sukhavati, may I actualize the meaning of these aspirations, fulfilling them all without exception for the benefit of beings for as long as this world endures. Born from an extremely beautiful superlative lotus in this joyful land, the Buddha's magnificent mandala, may I receive a prediction of my awakening directly from Buddha Amitabha. Having received a prediction there, may I create vast benefit for beings throughout the 10 directions, with 1 billion emanations by the power of wisdom, through even the small virtue I have accumulated by offering this practice of the Bodhisattva practice. May all the positive aspirations of beings be fulfilled in an instant. Through creating limitless positive potential by dedicating this prayer, Samantabhadra's deeds, may all beings drowning in this torrent of suffering enter the presence of Amitabha. Through this king of aspirations, which is the greatest of the sublime, helping infinite wanderers in samsara, through the accomplishment of this scripture dazzling with Samantabhadra's practice, may suffering realms be utterly emptied of all beings. So now we can recite another practice that Rinpoche recommends for this time. This is swift fulfillment of wishes and dependence on the great Jetsun Tsongkhapa. Namo Guru. Supreme embodiment of the wisdom and compassion of all the victorious ones of the 3 times. Manifesting as a monk wearing the 3 saffron robes, the spontaneously exalted wisdom Dharmakaya possessing the 5 bodies. To you, Jetsun Losang Drakpa, I make request. Please bless us that our wishes be swiftly fulfilled. With the nature of primordially pure, clear light, uninterrupted natural expression of the complete Sambhogakaya, great being who unifies body and mind, to you, Jetsun Losang Drakpa, I make request. Please bless us that our wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Displaying an array of manifold Nirmanakaya emanations appropriate to the limitless living beings, equaling the expanse of space, to you, Jetsun Losang Drakpa, I make requests. Please bless us that our wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Through the power of having made single-pointed requests to you, May all the unfortunate natural manifestations of the degenerate age, illness, famine, quarreling, epidemic disease, graha spirits, interferers, and so forth, be pacified. Then when I request that the excellent collection of conducive conditions increase, please bless us that our wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Having completely cleared away the darkness of ignorance and confusion, and fully developed the illumination of supreme intelligence, virtuous friend who causes the 100-petaled lotus of the scriptural tradition to bloom, the sun radiating benefit and happiness, to you I make requests. Please bless us that our wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Since I and others, the assembly of faithful disciples, have no other Lord of refuge to turn to for hope, when we make requests in all the 6 sessions of day and night, please bless us that the Guru's blessings may enter our minds. Also at the end of this life, may I see you, glorious Lozandrapa, along with your retinue, and immediately have a vision of you saying reassuringly, Son, God of the celestial realm of Tushita, care for me with your compassion, precious Guru. Please bless us that our wishes be swiftly fulfilled. See, okay, so we're continuing with these dedications. Let's see. We may have time for one more recitation of Gyalpo, Thangpo, tired, liberating Shakya from disease. So visualize Shakyamuni Buddha in the space in front, all the sentient beings surrounding you, embodying all our gurus, all sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge, the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge, the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now visualize that Shakyamuni Buddha comes to the crown of all of our heads. Every single sentient being is a Shakyamuni Buddha above his head. Shakyamuni Buddha dissolves into light, enters us through the crowns of our heads, purifying all the causes of suffering and filling us with all the causes of happiness. Then we can imagine that Chenrezig, thousand-armed Chenrezig, arises in front, radiating rays of light from his heart, looking on us with eyes of compassion. So while we recite Om Mani Padme Hum, for the sake of all suffering sentient beings, particularly those who've been suffering from the coronavirus, those who passed away, those suffering from all the difficulties of the elements. So we'll recite this for a few minutes. The Om Mani Padme Hum, while we visualize these rays of light reaching all sentient beings, particularly those you feel a close karmic connection to, or that you feel worried about or concerned with, or those who've asked us to pray for them. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Recite the prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, and by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So imagine that Chenrezig dissolves into light and absorbs into each and every sentient being, blessing their body, speech, and mind with his holy body, speech, and mind. How wonderful that is. So we'll recite the dedication verses from Master Shantideva. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a man weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored and finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments, whatever diseases there are in the world. May they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Please bless us that the lives of the glorious gurus be long, that all beings equally in the extent of space be happy, that I and others without exception collect merits and purify obscurations, and that we quickly achieve Buddhahood. Because of all the merits of the 3 times created by us, all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and other sentient beings, may there be no wars, famines, disease, quarreling, fighting, or unhappy minds. May there be great prosperity, and may everything needed be easily obtained. May everyone have perfect conditions and have only compassion and love for each other in their mind streams. And may they only benefit and never harm each other. Then sealing our merits with emptiness, so they will not exhaust until all sentient beings are enlightened. No suffering at all. Do all the past, present, and future merits collected by us, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who exist but am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which exists but is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state by myself alone. And for the long, healthy, happy lives of our teachers, for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may you have a long life and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long, happy, healthy life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who have a wholeness of doors moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 rare sublime ones. Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you again, Chenrezig Institute and all those on the media team. I think there's a link to donations because there is some cost in all this technology. I think I'll turn it over. There she is. Hello.
Good morning from Australia. Hello.
Good afternoon from the United States.
Oh, that was lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I hope everybody is well there.
Yes,
I know Australia's having a little bit of a tough time, but you've done pretty well.
We've done pretty well so far. We just have to be very careful and, be very aware that, we have to be careful for the sake of others. It's not all about ourselves, which some people seem to think it is.
Yes, I live in Florida. We're having big problems in Florida for that reason. But we pray for them all. May they all, vaccinated. So we're very fortunate that we have access to vaccinations. So but anyway, so anyway, but I'll turn this over to you.
Lovely. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Good morning from Australia, as I said before. 8 a.m. here in Brisbane. Stunning day, 16 degrees. we have the best winters, truly. So it's the 52nd time that we've done this. Wow, who would have thought that the pandemic would go on for this long and, still be causing so much sickness and pain and heartache. So we do this practice to alleviate the pandemic. And even though, maybe some people think that maybe it is not helping, that, because the pandemic just seems to go on and seems to even get worse, there is no doubt that prayer does help. So how much worse would the situation be if we hadn't been sincerely doing this practice every week? It's so important that we follow Rinpoche's advice in everything. And at the moment, particularly doing this practice for the alleviation of the pandemic. This prayer Rinpoche has given to us many times over the years in times of disaster. And it's very, very, very powerful. And I rejoice that we have the chance to do this prayer every weekend for the benefit of others, that in this way we are helping others in the pandemic. Because truly, apart from wearing our masks, staying indoors when we need to, there's not a lot of ways we can help. So this is a very powerful way. And, the colophon in the practice says, once an epidemic was spreading from one person to another at the great seat of the glorious Sakya monastery. Whatever the mantra masters tried, thread crosses, tormas, medicines, mantras, protection amulets, and so forth, had no effect, and the monastery was in danger of annihilation. At that time, the great Lord Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo performed the space refuge, recited a number of Mani mantras, and proclaimed this prayer, after which the entire epidemic immediately ceased in dependence upon its performance. Thereby it became renowned as the Vajra speech, radiating masses of clouds of blessing, entitled The Prayer Liberating Sakya from Disease. Savamangalam. So, we start with our motivation in the form of going for refuge. And this lovely refuge prayer was given by Arya Avalokiteshvara to Karga Papaljo Sherab and by him to Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Afterwards, it provided infinite benefits for living beings. It is a really, really lovely form of refuge. So thinking of all beings throughout the world, throughout the universe, every single sentient being, bring them all to mind. And as we know, all sentient beings are suffering, but particularly bring to mind and bring to your heart all of those beings who are suffering through this pandemic at the moment. And think, all of them join us in this motivation, in this beautiful refuge prayer. And I'd like to do the refuge prayer 7 times rather than the 3 that we usually do it. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now we recite the mantra of compassion. We'll recite it aloud for 1 mala, and then for 2 malas we can recite it under our breaths. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum,
mani peme hum, om mani peme hum, om mani peme hum, mani peme hum, om mani peme hum, mani peme hum, om mani peme hum, mani peme hum, om mani peme hum. Om mani peme hum, 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 om mani peme hum. Om mani peme hum, 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 om mani peme hum. Om mani peme hum, om mani peme hum, om mani peme hum, om mani peme hum. As we continue to recite the mantra silently to ourselves, think that the mantra goes out, the sound resonating throughout the universe to heal all beings suffering during this pandemic. The everyday sufferings of sickness, aging and death, and the particular sufferings of the pandemic, the sickness, the death, the grieving, the loss of wages, the loss of jobs, the loss of business, the loss of homes. And think that the syllables resonate throughout the universe, healing all of this suffering. Mani peme hum, mani peme hum, mani peme hum, mani peme hum, mani peme hum. Om mani peme hum, mani peme hum, mani peme hum, mani peme hum. Om mani peme hum, mani peme hum, mani peme hum, mani peme hum. Om mani peme hum, mani peme hum, mani peme hum, mani peme hum. Om mani Om mani peme hum. Om mani peme hum, mani peme hum. So just think that all sentient beings, all suffering beings, all those who are suffering from all of the ramifications of the pandemic have been healed by the power of the mantra. But keeping them in our hearts, we will recite this very precious prayer that Rinpoche has so very kindly given us to do. And let the healing energy of the prayer swirl around, continuing to heal, strengthening all of those who are sick, all of those who are suffering from the pandemic. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of inferiors, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. And whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakini Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth, and whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakini Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. And whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakini Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakini Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And think very, very sincerely that this prayer
our mantra recitation is reverberating, resonating continually throughout the universe to heal suffering beings. Our universe is a closed universe. The power, the energy of prayer can't dissipate, can't disappear. It continues to do its work. And so now we can do the dedication prayers. And I love to do the special dedication prayer from chapter 10 of the Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life by Master Shantideva. Again, holding all beings in your heart, all suffering beings, every single one. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored and finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the hopeless find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all the medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and the people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. Long life prayers for our precious teachers, His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Oh no, first, I'm jumping ahead. First, we'll continue with our dedication prayers. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta, not yet born, arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. And now the long life prayers for the very, very, very precious Dalai Lama, His Holiness. May he live long, long, long. May he be healthy and strong. May all his holy wishes be fulfilled. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Thangtong Gyalpo, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And our precious teacher, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, may he be healthy, strong, may he live long, 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 to be able to continue to guide us and give us the advice that is needed when beings are suffering. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honouring the three jewels, protector of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. To seal our practice with emptiness, due to all the merits of the three times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the three times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve a state of full enlightenment which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Thank you. And I want to say a special thanks to all of the team who put this together every week. You know, Venerable Damche in London, Venerable Tenda in Nalanda, Venerable Cherky up at Chenrezig Institute, and all of the nuns and monks up there, and the tech teams who do an absolutely amazing job. Thank you, Malgo, and all the others who do such a great job with all of the tech that's needed for this practice. So, I'm not sure who was supposed to. Venerable Sangha Kadro, was she supposed to be following me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, are you there? Sorry, I can't see you. There you are. Hello.
I'm here. Hi.
Yeah. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Take care.
Take care. Okay, so let's begin this next session of the prayerathon for this week, second to the last session. So let's do a little bit of meditation to generate a very positive state of mind, a positive motivation for doing these prayers and recitations. So the very best state of mind we could have, the very best motivation, is altruism, bodhicitta, the mind of enlightenment. So this means we open our hearts completely to all other living beings, realizing they are basically just like we are. They want happiness, just as we want happiness. And they don't want any kind of suffering, physical or mental, not even the slightest unhappiness or problem or suffering, just as we do. And all of us deserve to be happy. We should be happy. We have the right to be happy. And no one deserves to suffer. Suffering is like an aberration, a mistake. It occurs due to mistaken causes, ignorance and other afflictive states of mind, karma. So it's all really a mistake, but it is there. And we do have the opportunity, the possibility of becoming free of suffering by becoming free of the causes of suffering, especially the root cause, ignorance, not knowing the true nature of things. So we have the possibility to wake up and emerge from our ignorance, our confusion, and see things as they are, see the true nature of things, which is what the Buddha himself discovered, and then he explained to us so that we could see it too. And by understanding the true nature of things, emptiness of inherent existence, we can free ourselves from ignorance, all the other afflictive emotions, and karma. So all the causes of suffering can be eradicated, removed from our mind, and will never arise again. So this is possible. This is definitely doable. We ourselves can do it, and then we can help all other living beings do the same. So that's the highest motivation for the things we do in our life, such as meditation, prayer, spiritual study, spiritual practice, and eating and sleeping and everything else we do. We can do all of these things with the motivation to become enlightened, fully enlightened Buddha, just like Shakyamuni Buddha, and then work to help all other living beings to emerge from suffering and its causes, and to achieve that highest state of peace and happiness, enlightenment. And while we're on the way to enlightenment, we can do as much as we can to benefit others, helping them with their physical needs, material needs, emotional needs, just giving as much kindness and help as we possibly can. And also on the spiritual level, reciting prayers and mantras and doing meditation and then dedicating the positive energy we create to others. So that's what we're about to do here, reciting these prayers and mantras specifically for the situation of COVID, all the problems related to COVID, people still getting infected with COVID, getting sick, and some dying of COVID. So this is still a big problem in the world, especially in India and some countries in Europe, some places in America, South America, Africa. Still a huge, huge, huge problem. So we're advised by Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche to recite these prayers and mantras to clear away this problem of COVID and all the related problems, such as people losing jobs, being hungry, homeless, and so on. And of course, losing loved ones. Those who die, who pass away, have family and friends who cared about them very much and suffer from grief. Some children losing their parents. So it's very, very, very sad, very tragic. So think of all sentient beings and all their problems, their suffering, both those related to COVID and other kinds of problems and suffering, because there's many other problems as well, other kinds of sickness and war and poverty and hunger and problems related to the climate. Right now, there's so many floods, in certain parts of the world and fires in other parts of the world. Also a lot of problems related to climate change affecting people and other living beings. So with the wish that these problems disappear completely as quickly as possible, we engage in these prayers. So imagine the Buddha in front, Shakyamuni Buddha, surrounded by many other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, including Chenrezig and Tara, because we'll be reciting their mantras. And all sentient beings surrounding us in human form. Imagine them doing the practice along with us so they can get the benefit directly of doing these practices. And then we start with taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So then we'll recite the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, for a few malas, and focus on Chenrezig and the space in front amidst all the other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and imagine light flowing from him in all directions, pervading all of space, filling the bodies and minds of ourselves and all other beings, purifying our physical problems, sickness, and so on, and also the problems on the mental level, our afflictive emotions, our karma. So all suffering and causes of suffering being purified by this light and nectar. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Now we'll recite the mantra of Tara. His Holiness the Dalai Lama recommended this practice for COVID. So imagine Tara there in front, along with all the other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and looking at all of us sentient beings with compassion, like a mother looking at her small children. Total love and compassion and kindness and dedication to our well-being, constantly aware of us and ready to help us in whatever way we need. So again, imagine light and nectar flowing from Mummy Tara into each and every one of us and all other sentient beings, purifying all that is negative and filling our minds with positive energy to nourish our potential for growth along the spiritual path up to enlightenment. Om Tare Tutare, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, 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 Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Om Dharti Territories, 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 Soha. And then next 21 times the mantra of Black Manjushri, which is also very good to clear away infectious diseases. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermi Siningala Chocolate, Akam Shamtam Baby Soha, Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermi Siningala Chocolate, Akam Shamtam Baby Soha, Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermi Siningala Chocolate, Akam Shamtam Baby Soha, Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermi Siningala Chocolate, Akam Shamtam Baby Soha, Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermi Siningala Chocolate, Akam Shamtam Baby Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermi Siningala Chocolate, Akam Shamtam Baby Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermi Siningala Chocolate, Akam Shamtam Baby Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermi Siningala Chocolate, Akam Shamtam Baby Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermi Siningala Chocolate, Akam Shamtam Baby Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermi Siningala Chocolate, Akam Shamtam Baby Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermi Siningala Chocolate, Akam Shamtam Baby Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermi Siningala Chocolate, Akam Shamtam Baby Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermi Siningala Chocolate, Akam Shamtam Baby Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermi Siningala Chocolate, Akam Shamtam Baby Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermi Siningala Chocolate, Akam Shamtam. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermi Siningala Chocolate, Akam Shamtam Baby Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermi Siningala Chocolate, Akam Shamtam Baby Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermi Siningala Chocolate, Akam Shamtam Baby Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermi Siningala Chocolate, Akam Shamtam Baby Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermi Siningala Chocolate, Akam Shamtam Baby Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermi Siningala Chocolate, Akam Shamtam Baby Soha. And the actual prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now I will read the verse verses, dedication verses from the Bodhicharyavatara, which are dedicating for the benefit of all sentient beings and all their different needs. This is one of His Holiness the Dalai Lama's favorite prayers. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain a notion of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then, may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. And then dedication prayers. So all the merit accumulated through these recitations, done with an altruistic intention, plus all the other merit accumulated by all beings, both ordinary beings and Arya beings, especially the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. So there's a huge amount of merit created by all these beings. So we can dedicate all of that merit in these ways, especially to enlightenment for all sentient beings. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of a Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exception into that enlightened state. May the supreme jewel bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Just as the brave Manjushri and Samantabhadra too realize things as they are, I too dedicate all these merits in the best way, that I may follow their perfect example. I dedicate all these roots of virtue with a dedication praised as the best by the victorious ones thus gone of the 3 times, so I might perform good works. I dedicate whatever virtues I have ever collected for the benefit of the teachings and of all sentient beings, and in particular for the essential teachings of perfect, pure Losang Drakpa to shine forever. Due to all these merits, may all the father and mother sentient beings have all happiness, and may all the lower realms be forever empty. Wherever there are bodhisattvas, may all their prayers be accomplished immediately. May I cause all this by myself alone. Due to all the merit accumulated in the 3 times by myself and others, may those beings who merely see, hear, remember, touch, or talk to me be freed in that very second from all their sufferings and abide in happiness forever. Whatever suffering sentient beings experience, may it ripen on me. Whatever merit and its resulting happiness I have accumulated, may others experience it. And the long life prayers for His Holiness the Dalai Lama. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All-powerful Chenrezig, Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. Savior of the snowland teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the holder of the lotus, Lord Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be fulfilled. Then, long life prayer for Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three jewels, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And finally, sealing the dedication with emptiness, the emptiness of the three circles, three spheres. So by these merits, which are empty from their own side, merely labeled by the mind, may the I, who is empty of existing inherently, independently from its own side, but is merely labeled by the mind, quickly reach the state of enlightenment, which is also empty of existing inherently, independently from its own side. And may I lead all sentient beings who are also empty of existing inherently, independently from their own side, to that state of enlightenment as well. Okay. Hello.
Hi.
So I ran over time a little bit. The person before me also.
Yeah, no
Good
problem.
for you. You're a little late.
Yeah, so it worked out fine. I was relieved you were still doing prayers when I switched it on because, yeah, I had to go and get the charger and I was like, oh, so it's good. Perfect.
Thank you. Take care.
Okay.
Enjoy.
Okay, let's take a moment just to refresh our motivation. So remembering we're doing this for all kind mother sentient beings, particularly for sentient beings to be the disease of COVID to be pacified, so no beings may receive or get the disease, and for those who have it to be healed immediately. So for that motivation, and then more deeply for all sentient beings, including ourselves, who are in samsara under the control of karma and delusion, to quickly be free from samsara by achieving a good future rebirth, and then for them to, in that place, to achieve liberation, and then develop the mind of compassion, bodhicitta, and achieve enlightenment for all sentient beings. So we can imagine all beings around us doing this prayer, praying to Thangtong Gyalpo, who is an aspect Thangtong Gyalpo, in essence our guru, spiritual teacher. So making such strong prayers and mantras for these different levels of happiness, happiness, freedom from disease, but particularly the three happinesses of good future rebirth, liberation, and enlightenment for all us sentient beings today. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and bikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds of Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and bikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds of Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and bikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds of Dharma. Lo mani pe mi oma 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 mani pe mi oma. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. Oh, many may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and ailments not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings, as though being placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by the 80,000 class of harmful interferers, 360 evil spirits harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis, we go for refuge to the empty clarity of Rome, mind, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis, we go for refuge to the empty clarity of Rome, mind, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, dakinis, we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind, the Dharmakaya. Oh, mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and ailments not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings, as though being placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by the 8,000 classes of harmful interferers, 360 evil spirits harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and his triple gem, by the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Oh, money be me, 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 oh, money be me. Oh, many mill disease outside the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and ailments, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings, whether being placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by the 8,000 class of harmful interferers, 360 evil spirits harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and Triple Gem, by the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Oh, money be me, 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 oh, money. Oh, mani baby, oh, mani baby, oh, mani baby, oh, mani baby, oh, mani. Oh, mani baby, oh. No diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and ailments not occur in the realms of the world. Whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. All embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings, as though being placed inside the mouth of the Yama, Lord of Death. All embodied beings being harmed by the 8,000 class of harmful interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Through whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. And the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and with the strength of infallibility of karma-rich results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are paid. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Oh, money, pay me, oh, my 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 money, pay me. Oh, money, pay me, oh, money, pay me, oh, money, pay me, oh, money, pay me, oh, money, pay me. Oh, money, pay me, no diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and ailments not occur in the realms of the world. Whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. All embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of the Yama, Lord of Death. All embodied beings being harmed by the 8,000 class of harmful interferers, 360 evil spirits harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements depriving the body and mind of every pleasure be totally pacified, and the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the proud Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. So we're going to do this is the last session. The long life prayers, dedication, long life prayer, and then multiplying mantras. Gobar Shojanju Senjo Rinpoche Mage Panam Gyurshi Yewa Nyamba Me Bayam Gone Gondu Belvarshu. And then for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the brief long life prayer. Jitengam dir pende malupa ganle junle sambel yeshen karun sume tenzing gyatso cho kuse tenchin I'm going to do the prayer for His Holiness, prayers for His Holiness the Dalai Lama and today, composed by Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. The object of refuge of myself and of all transmigratory beings and all lifetimes is embodiment of three rare sublime ones, and all encompassing three refuges in one: the Guru, the wish-granting jewel of the Holiness the Dalai Lama, the Master Padmasambhava, the Dharma King, Thangtong Gyalpo and Trees and Detsen, the Abbot Shantarakshita, and the numberless holy beings who preserve and spread the Buddha Dharma in Tibet, and the Tibetan people who practice and serve Buddhism so faithfully for 1,000 years, as well as those who, along with many others, died sacrificing the lives of Tibet and His Holiness. May all their positive wishes be fulfilled mutually. Due to the limitless kindness, the sun of Tibetan Buddhism has now risen in the west, which is a dark land, but now that I've met with the Dharma, I've received the perfect human body, enabling me to lead a meaningful life. Our refuge and Saviour, the Supreme One, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and the Tibetan people have been so kind to us. Remembering this, we make the following dedicating prayers. May all His Holiness the Dalai Lama's wishes be successful mutually. May the snow land of Tibet achieve pure freedom. May the Buddha Dharma develop even more than before in Tibet, and may all Mother transmigratory beings achieve enlightenment quickly. And now for Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So I just close my place. We're going to do the one that was composed by Kadrullah. Through eliminating all, your appearances dispel the darkness, your clear mind knows the 84,000 deeds of Dharma, the power of remedy to the 84,000 illusions. You're proclaiming dependent arising itself and victorious in battle with the Maras. I worship the supremely kind great Vajradhara in my crowd. Clarifying scriptures and realization of teachings of Muni, you spread and illuminate those teachings wherever they have not yet spread in the world. To have become an actual son of the conquerors, you bear hardships with patience. And your continuum is the realization of the perfection of wisdom, subtle, dependent arising. Precious jewel, Lord, possessing love and compassion, who liberates upon seeing. Treasure of mastery for all arising, interpretive and definitive scriptures, supremely great among the great, fully comprehending and clarifying the meaning of emptiness and compassion. You guide all beings in the path to liberation. Perfectly qualified spiritual friend, my Guru, please remain forever. She protects me with fears of 3 times Ayutanandra. These increase the lifespan and activities of the beings who preserve the holy Dharma, and always without separation develop their spontaneous actions by the infallible deities of the 3 roots. May all be auspicious. Now we're going to do the multiplying mantras. Chandende Deshinje Para Chambayanda Bazobe Sange Namba Nanse Yogi Gebala Shakselu Chanche Semba Zemba Jembo Kindu Zambo Ashak Selu. Taeta Om Benche Kriva Ava Bodini Suha. Duru Duru Jayamiki Suha. Taeta Om Benche Kriva Ava Bodini Suha. Duru Duru Jayamiki Suha. Tayata Om Benche Kriva Ava Bodini Suha. Duru Duru Jayamiki Suha. Tayata Om Benche Kriva Ava Bodini Suha. Duru Duru Jayamiki Suha. Tayata Om Benche Kriva Ava Bodini Suha. Duru Duru Jayamiki Suha. Tayata Om Benche Kriva Ava Bodini Suha. Duru Duru Jayamiki Suha. Chomdende Deshin Jebara Jombaya Daba Sobe Sange Mengele Bejiri Ugike Bula Shakse. Chomdende Deshin Jebara Jombaya Daba Sobe Sange No Wanda Monman Tanchira Chipike Bula Shakse. Due to blessings and the victorious ones and their sons, the truth and infallible to bend in the rise and the power of my pure special attitude, taking responsibility, may all aims of my pure prayers be accomplished. And then we just finally dedicate an emptiness due to merits of these merits, the merits of all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and all sentient beings now 3 times, which are completely empty from the inside. May the I, which is empty from its own side, quickly achieve enlightenment, which is empty from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are empty from their own side to that enlightenment by myself alone, which is also empty from its own side. Okay, thank you so much.